Do we
we are
need an intro video?
What's up, everybody?
How's it going, guys?
There we go.
All right, there's one. Let's wait for some more people.
It's probably me. It's probably going to start feeding back. It's like,
Oh, he left.
All right. Yeah, I did. Well, yeah. All right. Is that me? All right.
Hey, what's up, boss?
Here. Let's see.
We're still waiting on Tread. He's prepping.
He's doing what he does.
Look at his mind right.
Woo! Hey, what's going on, Levi?
How do you see stuff? Can I see stuff? I exit full screen.
Well, I usually highlight them. They should be popping up on the screen. There should be like a chat thing on like the side. Are you on your phone or on a laptop? Or
I'm on a laptop, but this is the first time I've ever used this program or whatever.
Oh.
Chat, comments. Oh, comments. There they are. All right. I'm getting better.
What's up, Wolf Harder? What's up, Jose?
Cheers.
Dang.
Happy New Year. Almost. We're still 3 hours off here. What's up, Billy? What's up, Cheese?
All right, good. I'm glad there's people watching because we're going to need help talking about shit.
Yeah. So what's on your mind, chat? What do you guys want to talk about? Because, of course, we could talk about favorite albums this year because
we will.
A lot.
Because we will. Yep.
But I don't know. What's on your mind? You guys got any New Year's resolutions? You plan on quitting about a week into the year? I do. What's up, everyone?
Hello. So
awkward.
Less cigarettes.
Oh, less cigarettes. All right. That's probably
that might be.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor, but that sounds like a good plan.
It's probably better than more cigarettes.
Yeah.
More cigarettes. I'm going to smoke more.
Yeah, there we go. I'm doubling down now. I'm going to go for a smoke break now.
I like them. Let's do more.
What's up, Billy? Yeah, I wonder how many people have actually already had their new year by now, because I was talking to some friends from Australia last night, and they were pretty much already there because they're time travelers. Let's see. Join the Ashen Tomb. Yeah. I still got to order that one. The only problem with Everlasting Spew is I have to wait for it to get to an American distro before ordering it because overseas shipping from Italy.
Yeah, I
pricey.
Do that too. Yeah, I do that a lot too. I'll be like, damn, I gotta have this, and then I'll look it up and I'll be like, no, I don't. I'll wait.
Oh, we talking about
who?
Paul Diano? Hopefully it wasn't another Paul that bit it.
Paul Rudd.
Oh, no, we can't have that. He hasn't even aged yet.
I know. This is the first Paul that popped in my head.
Paul Rudd will never die. He doesn't age.
No. He's going to look like he's 35 at 60.
Which is nice for all of us, I feel like. We benefit.
Yeah. Gives me something to hope for.
I wish everyone joined forces tonight. Way too many friendly independent streams. Yeah, no, everyone wanted to do like a stream tonight, which I don't think it's cool. Like, honestly, I prefer doing a stream just because I don't want to go out amongst the madness because, no one here knows how to drive anyway when they're sober, and they're probably not sober tonight.
Absolutely. Got a bunch of fucking amateurs out there going for it.
Yeah, I'm only going to try to get on the elliptical more. That's about it. I can work on that one. I got this when we saw the Farewell to Frank tour back in 2018. Yeah.
Thanks.
It is a mustache.
I've been working on it for like 47 years. It's been really, really, it's been really bad.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it got good at about 46 and a half years old. And then now into my 47s, the mustache is finally kind of come to fruition.
Yes.
I'm working on it here. 43 years right there.
Yeah,
Right
nice.
there.
Yeah, this
It's
is a full beard, by the way. This is the best I can do. This feels like baby's ass over here. Dude.
Yep.
I mean, you're ahead of John, at least.
Yeah. No, we have the
I
same
had
problem.
that at like 15.
Yeah,
Rub it in.
yeah,
Rub it in, you hairy fuck.
we're not the same.
Sucks not having local record stores to shop around in person.
That does suck.
Well, that sucks.
Oh,
man.
dude. I mean, I hit up my local stores all the time. In fact, I may or may not have spent some Christmas money on a giant stack recently.
Dude, I'm pretty lucky in Indianapolis, man, because we have at least 2 or 3 that are like spot on. Indie CD and Vinyl and Broderpool, like, oh, dude, they have a huge metal section. Everything's, I mean, and if they don't, they can always order shit for you too, unless it's fucking freakishly out there. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, as stupid as like Indianapolis gets kind of a bad rap or whatever, but man, we still have shit, you know what I mean, that like other cities have too, which is nice. You know what I mean?
I feel like cities in Ohio probably get the same rap. Maybe not, people still like Cleveland.
Yeah, we're like the butt of every joke, but we do have a dope ass fucking couple of record stores, at least. So
well,
I mean,
you guys in your music scene this year are crushing it.
Yeah,
well, we don't have shit else to do out of here. I guess.
I do joke and call Indiana the no fun state.
I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're the butt of every joke for some reason, but we do have shit, man. And yeah, dude, the music scene has always been kind of fucking awesome out of here.
And I got a ton of bands from Indiana. Ohio's definitely got like a ton of bands as well, but yeah, dude, Indiana's got some killer shit. Actually, like, dude, most of the Midwest period is just loaded with killer bands.
Yeah, dude, we're like white trash, man. We ain't got shit else to do except for fucking just go the fuck off. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
See, here we go. We already got. Hey, what's going on, man? Speaking of indie, what's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, Ryan?
Oh, and we got our first question. George Calais or Dave McGraw? I mean,
they're both.
I can't argue against George Calais. Dude's
can't either. I also can't argue against Dave McGraw, but I think George Calais has him licked.
It's George Calais.
Yeah,
dude's a monster.
I haven't done my homework. So people are they're gonna be like, you're a fucking tourist. You don't know who these people are.
There's
Hal. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
Well. What do we have here?
Collection of people that are scared to go out at New Year's.
Yeah.
Dude,
fucking maniacs are out there.
Tonight is not the night. If you're trying to go out, so there's a bar in Philly that I was just out at, and they're doing like a midnight celebration. They're doing like a Jaeger toast at midnight and like a DJ and all kinds of cool shit. And I was like, you know what? That would be sick to go to, but dude, I do not want to be driving back from a bar in the city at 1 a.m. on New Year's Eve. The cops are just waiting to pop people. I'm like, nope. Let me go early. Let me get it done. And then when you guys were like, yo, let's do the podcast at 9, I was like, perfect. I'll go out at 6. I'll be back at 8. Like, I am good, dude. Not
got me out of some shit.
Exactly.
I fully expect to hear cop sirens flying by at some point tonight. It's the same shit.
Do you live? Do you live close to like a highway or a?
Oh yeah, I'm right by.
I live.
It's just the main track right into Toledo, and that connects with 23 and 75 and all that shit. And the hospitals, cops, fire department, all reasonably close. All pretty much probably on watch.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. They're like trying to meet their year-end quotas or whatever. So.
Yeah.
Tonight. they got good odds. Hell, we had someone smoke they put like a Toledo sign and a roundabout just down the street from me, and because I live in Toledo and no one knows how to use a fucking roundabout. Someone just ramped over it and smoked it.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. In New Jersey, you're built in. Roundabouts, that's in your blood. Like, you know what the fucking roundabout is about. Like, other places, no idea.
This fucking town just introduced them, like, they broke out like a fucking rash here. And there was like no instructional anything. It's like, here's a roundabout. What the fuck is this? I don't know. Figure it the fuck out.
Yeah, Indianapolis is the same way. It's just fucking roundabout city out here. But recently, and so same thing.
Same.
Like I thought they put one up in Carmel, and like it didn't take like a week for like a bunch of teenagers to just ramp it and die.
Yeah. Jackass it like right over the fucking middle of it.
Yeah.
Dude, it's happened multiple fucking times. Like, you know, I mean, I've been enough places where I know how to use a roundabout, but just watching the scared, bewildered looks of like people behind the wheel of the car, like,
yeah.
You're gonna be a fucking problem for everybody, aren't you?
Yep. Also, everyone's merch on point tonight is fire. Yeah, we got Suffolk, we got Decrepit Birth, we got Nazem, we got Tribal Gaze, we got Cannibal Corpse, we got Motley Crue.
Yeah. And my walls are blank. I blew it, but
we got you covered. We got you covered. It's all good. All good, man. Yeah. It's sick. I got my Poland. I got my Ukraine support flag. I got my Tomb of the Mutilated flag. Like we're good. We're Gucci.
Yep.
You got the fucking axes too.
Yeah.
That's great ambience, and John's got a fucking banana.
Yep.
I just noticed that. Equivalently sick, very sick.
Yeah,
dude. Honestly, like every comment I've seen, like it seems like every other comment on your fucking year-end list is like, "Holy shit, is that fucking Phil Collins in the background?" Like, yeah, it is.
Why is that banana's mustache so long? Like, not why is there a banana, but like, why is the mustache on that banana so inflamed? Like, what's going on?
If you're gonna do something, do it right. You know.
You just got done tying a maiden to the tracks.
Love it.
Oh shit!
Wait, I mean, hey, have you named him yet? I feel like you gotta name him.
I've not yet named the banana. We'll get there though.
What is he new?
It's a very new addition. Yeah, my girlfriend gave me that. So,
nice.
She gave you the banana.
That's a hell of a gift. Well, I mean, how do you even react to that? You're like, okay. Thanks, babe.
Sick, babe.
Dude, how did you know that I wanted this fucking mustache?
What I've always dreamed of. I had nightmares of. Actually, night terrors when I was a child. I was chased by a mustache banana. You brought back all that trauma.
Yeah, thanks for listening to me, babe. I can't believe you pay so much attention.
Oh my God, you're the best, babe. Thanks.
You do love me.
Right, you do love me.
You do in fact love me.
Wait on here, Nick. Do you hear the Aberrator or Intolerance albums? I have the most recent Intolerance album. It's awesome. It was close to making my year-end list, but I did not check out Aberrator, but Intolerance is awesome. I've been a fan of them since something of the Dripstone Cave EP. Just rotten old school fucking death metal, like a lot of bolt thrower, like incantation, cavernous stuff to it. It's fucking good.
Scott, I've never heard your band, so I'm adding that to my Thralls NYE Spotify playlist now.
Yeah,
nice.
word. Yeah, well, you haven't had much time to do it anyways. It's taken us a while to kind of get our bearings or whatever, but we just dropped it like last month, our first EP or whatever.
It's sick.
It's sick, dude.
Damn, actually like less than 2 weeks ago. That's fucking rad.
Yeah, well, streaming less than 2 weeks ago. Bandcamp streaming took us a little while. We're a little fucking slow going or whatever. But and yeah, we don't have Metal Viking 82. Yeah, we don't actually have hard copies as of yet. Things went a lot slower than we thought, and then suddenly the fucking holidays were coming up and all this fucking horse shit. So streaming for now, and then we'll get busy. 2025, we'll have all kinds of hard bullshit everybody can by. And
Nice. Oh, damn, that's wild. You got Dustin on drums. That I was just actually telling someone today. I was like, damn, I miss Skeleton Witch. That's fucking sick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah. Yeah.
That's sick.
He was in. Him and I were in Demiricus together. Also. So and then he's still doing Flesher. He's a busy man. God damn it, he's doing.
I'm looking at the Metal Archives. Dude, I have the Metal Archives bookmarked.
Oh,
I look at that
yeah.
We all do.
times a day.
We're all
Yeah, well,
guilty
of course.
that one.
Yeah, well, he's probably got like a fucking novel in there.
Oh yeah, it's like this many bands he's in.
Yeah.
Not quite there with Raga Johansson yet. That's
no,
the dude.
no,
That's
I
like
don't
the
know.
final boss of guys who's in too many fucking bands.
The final boss.
Dude, he's
Yeah, well.
he's in. I think there's like 40 plus listed, and like over 35 of them are listed as active.
Yeah, that's wild. So it's funny. I was rewatching Lords of Chaos last night, and then the follow up or Until the Light Takes Us, and looking up the old history on all of those late 80s, early 90s black metal, phenoms at this point, and all the bands that they were in. Like Varg was in Mayhem for like an album, and then all these guys were like Faust was in 2 or 3 other of those like old school bands. It's like at the time I was thinking about it. It's like, damn, at the time they were just like local Norwegian bands.
Yeah.
It would be just like if I joined like 2 or 3 other Philly metal bands. But then what it exploded to be, it was like this legendary like status of like, oh, I was in this band and that band.
Yeah, I was just going to say, somehow it caught fire.
Literally, yeah. Like,
Hotter than a church in Norway.
Yeah, and it's like that type of stuff. Like, this person, like you talk about Dustin or like other people that were in other bands, like, yeah, this person was in that band and that band and that band, but like none of them will ever have the status or like, I don't know, lore behind what those guys had. Like, yeah, I was in 3 bands, but the 3 bands were Emperor, Darkthrone, and Mayhem. Like, that doesn't happen ever. Like, it's I don't know. I just
I mean, part of it, of course, is like the music too, but also like the notoriety too. Is like, oh, you were in that. Oh, you were in that scene. You got any felonies? Like,
like, how many felonies do you actually have, Mister? Like, I don't.
You're not unless you got a fucking felony.
Yeah.
Dustin and I have been throwing around the idea of killing one of each other, just to get it going. But then we'd be down one, you know what I mean? And then we find another member.
You get like a session member, and then that's going to be awkward. It's like, wait, what happened to the last guy? Like, listen.
Oh, I killed him.
Stop asking questions, man. I'm feeling stabby today.
Yeah, but whoever survived or whatever would be on the cover of Metal Hammer immediately, and then Indianapolis.
For sure.
Yeah.
Cover of Metal. Oh, it's great.
We just went the murder route because we figured if we burned down a church in Indianapolis, like the entire congregation would just shoot us because everyone here is armed.
Yeah, well, one just burned down in the heart of downtown Christmas Eve.
Oh wow!
Recently, so now it doesn't have anything to do with anything except for.
All right, that's a good caveat there.
But,
so you didn't do it, right?
I didn't do it. But,
okay.
I was out of town then.
I didn't do it, but good times. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh my god, that's funny. So like, does Indianapolis count as? This is like my eternal question for anyone who lives east of Chicago. Like, does Indianapolis count as the Bible Belt? Because the Bible Belt runs long and deep on the East Coast, man. It's like deeper than you think.
I would say like Southern Ohio it's in the Bible Belt.
That's what I'm saying. Like all of like anything west of Philly, out in Pennsylvania, parts of Ohio, like anything in that, like almost like what did they call it? Like where all the tornadoes run up, like the Midwest.
Tornado Alley or whatever.
Tornado Alley, like anything Tornado Alley out into the Appalachians. It's like, depending on who you talk to, like that could all be Bible Belt. And that's where I grew up in like Central Virginia. Like that was in the fucking heart of it. So I always ask people like where you grew up and like where you like what you see. Like, is this Bible Belty or like Bible Belt like leanings or?
I grew up in a fucking Rust Belt town called Lima, Ohio. If you've been there, I'm sorry. It you know, when you get out in the sticks and hell, like even in the city itself, like, you know, it definitely has that certain sort of vibe to it where it's like, yeah, everyone's churchy, but also everyone here is like an alcoholic too. So
same. Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, that's a Midwest aesthetic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if we're actually in the Bible Belt, but we're trying real hard, and like we're like Bible Belt wannabes or whatever. You know what I mean?
We're trying to like hike up the pants all the way up to here.
Yeah. We're like Bible Belt tidy whities or Bible. I don't know. Bible
suspenders.
Yeah, suspenders. Yeah, I don't know.
Bringing back that look.
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, dude, it's churchy as fuck around here. But it's weird because it's just like I don't see it much because it's not in my circles. You know what I mean? But
I mean, there's 3 churches within like, actually, there's probably more than that within a mile radius of my house. Like, there's one literally on my street, and I live in like a residential area, which I think is just really fucking weird because it looks like someone just turned their house into a church for reasons.
Yeah.
So like
it's churchy enough for me to like, if I'm wearing a shirt that's gnarly enough, someone will talk to me about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I remember like a couple years ago, I was wearing a Dismember, the God That Never Was. I was wearing, you know, it says it on the back.
Great shirt. Great label. Yeah.
I was at Planet Fitness or whatever, and I like walked.
Oh, here we go.
I was done, and I like walked into the men's room or whatever. Some guy stopped me, and he was just like, "Hey, man, you know, it's gonna be okay, everything or whatever." God is done. And all this shit. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I didn't even realize what shirt I was wearing. You know what I mean? I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" You know?
Dude, oh my fucking God, that's so good.
Yeah. So I was like, all right. You know, I'm always nice. I was like, okay, like that's fine or whatever. You know what I mean? But like, it's churchy enough for shit like that to happen. You know, so
you look like you went on one of those Thanksgiving Day walks, Shred.
Yeah.
What's that?
You look like you went on one of those Thanksgiving Day walks.
I go on those walks frequently. Walking's good for you.
Hell yeah. Steps in. 10,000 steps, 10,000 blunt hits. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Reps.
I'm very much one for me, one for my homies kind of mentality, you know?
Yeah.
I think the last time I got like a weird reaction though, it was my Dying Fetus shirt, which says I don't fucking want to know you or something like that in the back.
Yeah.
And there's this old lady at fucking Lowe's, and she read the back, and she's like, I could hear her saying, "Can you just turn around? I just want to see what it says in the front." And it says "Dying Fetus, Homicidal Retribution." Great fucking cover EP. And she was even more disappointed with that. It was like, well, whatever.
Yeah. You know, it's like, it's funny when those types of things happen to you because unless you, so if you're in a place like New York, Philadelphia, or even like DC or some of the like Richmond, like major cities, that type of stuff doesn't happen to you because the demographic is so diverse that when you're in an area, like you could just be out at some rando bar, not even anything metal themed, and someone is just like, oh, like I fuck with that band, like I know their singer or whatever. But if you're out in the boonies, out in the Bible Belt or like, you know, Church Belt or wherever you're at in like Bumblefuck, Ohio or Pennsylvania or Virginia or the Carolinas, like someone will be like, you know, like exactly what you said, like everything's going to be okay. Like the Lord is going to save you. And it's like, you know, it's like that, those types of, you don't understand what that kind of like impact that has to you until it happens to you. And you're like, wait, your brain has to register what is going on. Yeah. Like people don't know what this is.
Oh,
I mean, first of all, I have to remember what shirt I'm wearing in order to respond correctly.
That also, yeah.
Honestly, like if I'm wearing something with like a super indecipherable logo, like it's just dripping and roots and branches and shit, if people say, "Oh, what does that say?" It's like, I'll give you $1 if you can figure it out.
That's the fun one. I do that with my girlfriend all the time. I'm like, what's the band logo? What band am I wearing right now? Tell me.
Starts with an S. Wrong. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
It's varicose veins, whatever.
Sometimes it's fun. Like I think it was my Cerebral Rot shirt. Was someone that actually did make that one. I was like, dude, yeah, you earned $1.
That was not bad, but yeah, that was a little challenging, but like if you can see the first few letters, you're like, oh, I know what it is. Yeah.
Some of it will start matrixing. They have to just get through the drippings and the ooze.
I just had to put a band on a show flyer. This band Cirrus from Atlanta, really, really, really good black metal.
Cirrus?
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah, they're fucking
CIV.
Oh no, TSURIS. Cirrus. They were on like Cult Nation's top 10 black metal of the year or something like that. They're playing in Philly in January for me. And they sent me their logo. I was like, well, that is completely undecipherable. I have no idea what that is, but thank you very much.
Right.
Honestly, I ran in the same because I brought up when you said that, I thought you said Severus. It's like, dude, that band's logo is completely illegible.
That band also very indecipherable and also very good too. So
they're amazing.
Very good.
I got their first album in a care package from a fellow YouTuber, the Upside Down Church out of Utah. And when he sent it to me, I was like, this is who? Let me check the spine. Nope, they printed the logo on the spine, fuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to actually help me. I was like, because I thought it began with an E.
So that was an album that made a lot of year-end lists that I didn't get to this year.
Oh, dude,
You love it.
Heard a song or so. That was my gripe with all of this year. I was so busy writing and playing and promoting my own things that I selfishly didn't listen to as much as I wanted to. So when I made my year-end list, which I'll share later, it's very short and it wasn't as, there was probably a lot of things on there that I heard of, but didn't listen to intently to really determine a true year-end list. And it's just what grabbed me at the time. So it was really like, if you got me in one song, you got me. Past that, it was like,
that one, I think, is when you have to listen to the entire thing because there's a lot of differences in the songs. Like sometimes it sounds just flat out old school and gnarly, like lots of Morbid Angel. There's tracks now that really sound a lot more like Peaceful Death Doom, though, too.
That's sick. I love that. So just like I did the last time, or the last two times I was on the cast, anything that gets mentioned tonight that I don't hear, I'm adding to a playlist.
Oh, I know that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. I was going to ask you guys to spell that again.
I did CIVER.
What is it? What is it?
CIVEROU.
I did listen to this shit. It's got that purple cover.
Yeah, purple. Yeah. Look at my lights. Purple.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean,
how many purple death metal albums are
there? Dude, if purple's my favorite color. If you have a purple cover, I'm going to listen by default. It doesn't even fucking matter.
Oh, this one's the purple fucking jam.
John and Nick,
came out this year.
I have the playlist. The last time I was on the podcast, and I still haven't even gotten through everything on there. There was probably like 100 songs that I added, like based off of the albums we were talking about. It was crazy. Yeah, dude. Oh, it's great. It's perfect. Like rando bands that I've never even thought to hear of. I'm just like, oh, they mentioned that. I'm gonna fucking listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's things we just have hunches about. Like, I mean, generally, if it drops on $20 spin, I'm already interested. That label rarely, if ever, fucking misses on a signing.
$20 spin doesn't miss.
Yeah,
at all. I've never heard a $20 spin band that I'm like, man, that was terrible.
Yeah, they have $20 has kept the consistency. There's other labels that have not kept the consistency, that were hot for a while, that kind of dropped consistency. $20 is not one of them.
Yeah.
Nope. They're on it.
Did they do the Crypt Sermon album this year?
Dark Descent did. Dark Descent's been fucking solid.
Dark Descent. I mean, honestly, the guy who did their logo grew up across the street from me back in my hometown in Virginia, like, I mean, years and years and years ago when I was a teen. and he did their logo, and they're still using that logo. I texted him the other day me and the singer of Blasphemous were pouring our beer in Denver at the Decibel Fest, and I was walking around like getting drinks and stuff, and I saw the Dark Descent table, and I texted the dude Seth, and I was like, dude, they're still fucking using your logo, homie. They got it on a big fucking flag, and I was like, I fucking know the guy who did that, man. It's cool. It's like from one of those like weird little small podunk towns, and he had this like little distro CD thing that he was like doing stuff. Like he would get random CDs from random places, and me and my like unknowing high school buddies who were in a high school like death metal band like went, yo, like what you got? Like you got CDs to sell? Like give me some death metal. And he gave me like Gateways to Annihilation. He gave me
That's like, a friend. That's
right,
a friend.
Ninth Plague, that album. He gave me like first or second Blasphemer album, like a ton of great stuff. So it's like kind of cool, like looking back, reflecting on it, like whatever it is. I mean, at this point, like what, it's 2025. This must have been 15 years ago, even longer ago. And I'm like, damn, this homie was like really setting me up for success.
I think like when you're younger, at least for me, like you got to kind of have someone that's like, I wouldn't say like the Sherpa up the mountain, but the one that just like hits you with a few albums that just instantly spark your interest.
Dude, yeah. I mean, and you're talking about like albums that hit you right away. Like Gateways is one of them, man. Like everyone's got that album. Like me and the guys in my band talk about it a lot. Like what's that like album? Like we talk about overrated albums and stuff like that. And then we'll be at practice warming up, and I'll play like Gutted off, Cattle Corpse, Butcher to Birth, or like I'll play like I don't know, like Old Obituary or shit like that, and everyone starts playing the same, like playing right along with it. Like everyone knows it. Like it was just like that one album that hits everyone.
Sepultura Rise. That was the one.
That's a big one. Yep.
Fuck me, this is good.
Yeah. Chaos AD for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. Going to be in San Diego for a few months for work in next month, and Cavalera is coming through with Dead Heat and Neck Rot to San Diego, so I'm gonna catch that tour too.
That tour, man, I'm fucking
wild. Yeah, so I just went to the true Sepultura, the real Sepultura tour, and it was awesome. It was fucking sick. Andreas Kisser is an underrated guitarist, like king. The whole set was great. They played old shit, they played new shit, they played mid shit, but I got to see Cavalera. I got to see it.
Yeah, because dude, man, I was it last year or 2 years ago or something like that when they came through and they played Horizon Beneath the Remains. We saw them at the Vogue here in Indy, which is kind of it's like a nice sort of intimate kind of venue that we have here that sounds fucking great. And dude, it was like I felt like it was 1985, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and dude, he was like, Max was like energized as fuck and just like on top of his fucking game,
dude. He's on fire, dude.
I know.
He's on some shit. I don't know what he's on, but he's like, we're gonna do Sepultura, old Sepultura. We're gonna do Nail Bomb. We're gonna do a new band. We're gonna fucking like all this shit. And he is the king right now, man. He is unfuckwithable.
I'm so here for it. Like it's so fun. Yeah. And like the guy hasn't like. I don't know. Like maybe there's some sobriety involved in that and some shit like that or something, right? But there was because there was so many stories of like going to see him where he would just be too fucked up to play or whatever. Like you know what I mean? Like he was kind of getting a bad rap for a second, and then boom, suddenly he's killing it, and it's like he hasn't skipped a beat, and he's just got his finger on the pulse right now of like what I want to hear. I know that. Like,
I think like. We rediscovered like a lot of his old stuff again. Like I felt that music again, and like what he's doing, like Go Ahead and Die. Go Ahead and Die is like a blend of like a lot of like 80s extremity. Like it's like that extra over the top thrash, hints at grindcore, very thrashy death metal, and like he's just fucking crushing it.
You know who else I'll parallel that to, and you'll say what you will. But Chino from Deftones. Deftones was on the point of like declining because Chino would get on stage and he'd be so fucked up that he couldn't even do the set. I saw him in 2012 with System of a Down, and I think that was right when he was on his upturn, and the set was insanely good. And then I saw him again a year or two ago. It's probably 2 years ago in San Diego.
2022.
Yep,
Yep.
that was when I saw him.
Yep.
2022. They did the Dia de los Deftones Fest at the Petco Park in San Diego. It was like them, Provoker, Turnstile was direct support. That was insane. I mean, like, so locked in, so in point. It was crazy, and it would like he like couldn't do this at all times. And I caught him on like the 10-year upturn. So yeah, same thing. Like maybe it was just like a revive, and now everyone's like, I don't know. Maybe it's just social media and like it's more. I see what people are thinking and see what people are saying, but Deftones is like one of those bands like.
Yeah,
they're gonna sell the venues out and shit,
They've never been Deftones. Just staying on the subject, have never been like my thing or whatever. I can see, like, I can respect them and see where they're good, but I just never made me feel feelings. But that Palms band, did you ever hear that Palms album?
Yes.
That shit is dope, dude. I fucking listened to the shit out of that fucking thing when it came out.
I still got it.
Dude. Yeah.
It's a killer fucking. I mean, I'm a diehard ISIS fan too. So
me too. Yeah. I really his voice just fit fucking great over that shit, man.
Honestly, like debatably better than Aaron Turner's at some points. Like I don't know, he in terms of like the more melodic, like shoegazy stuff. Yeah, Chino's got that perfect register.
Yeah. And it was like that thing, and I was going into the show like, oh, great, I got to watch Deftones before I get to System, and they played, and I was like, God damn, they almost fucking stood up System, man. It was that good.
Well, you saw that show, John, right before we went
to Gojira. Yeah, Deftones and Gojira. And,
dude, Gojira's another one of those bands. Like you see them live, and you're like, say what you will about Gojira, but you see them in a like an amphitheater type setting, unfuckable,
dude,
unfuckable.
So
every time I've seen Gojira has been wild.
Yeah,
they put on a hell of a live show.
So this is right when From Mars to Sirius came out. Demiricus was touring. We were just doing like a little UK tour or whatever, right? So I want to say it was like 2006 or something like that, give or take, right? And so the band we were playing with, they had a show in Brighton, and we weren't on the bill, but they opened up for Gojira, and it was Gojira's first show they had ever played out of France.
Wow.
And it was in this little tiny fucking venue, and it was fucking amazing. And I had like maybe a week or two prior just bought them From Mars to Sirius and like fell fucking dead in love with it, right? Yeah. And so I just bought everything that was on their fucking merch table. But I got their first EP is called where they were called Godzilla.
Yes,
dude.
That
is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. So I'm just sitting on it.
Reissue it, Gojira.
Yeah.
Please,
dude.
yeah.
I mean, some of their stuff they've come out with it's real polished lately, and it hasn't really impressed me or whatever. But which is dope. That's fine. It's what people do. But God, some of those middle grit like the Link and are so fucking good. Dude.
It was like the opening song. I think it was they did two demos or like a demo and an EP under that Godzilla moniker.
Yep.
It's like the first song on one of them. It opens up and then it hits this one riff and everything just melts. It's like Domination, Morbid Angel, but way better. Yep. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I wanted to cover it. Like, I got to find tabs or like try and figure it out. I want to cover it one day under Engulf. But dude, it's so fucking good.
But regardless, regardless how you feel about them, especially these days or whatever, they are fucking powerhouses on
crazy. Stage. Yeah. Oh no, insane. Yeah.
Dude, that Olympic performance was fucking
cool, man. It was cool. Yeah, it was cool.
It's like one of those things like say what you will, but did your band play the Olympics?
Right. And I'm kind of a hater. I'm set up to hate this shit. And I still thought it was awesome. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah. It's
dude,
crazy.
yeah, when that fucking went on, like all of a sudden I started seeing shit pop up on my Facebook feed. Like, what the fuck? Why is everyone talking about Gojira?
You talk about like biggest band in the world type shit, like biggest metal band in the world type shit. Like Metallica's cool and all, but like, did Metallica play the Olympics? They didn't.
Not yet. Right.
They didn't. They didn't.
They didn't work before halftime yet, which seems unreal. That feels like something that should have happened.
They haven't done a halftime. Is that what you said? A halftime show?
I mean, I've been putting in my fucking hat in the ring for Guar for years for a Super Bowl halftime show.
Yes.
Yeah, but your hat just goes nowhere. It's by itself, huh?
No, I know. It's just like, no one?
No other hats.
Come on. There's one other one in here. Come on. And who doesn't want to see the cuttlefish besides the kids?
A bunch of football fans covered in jizz and blood.
Oh, dude. They'd love it. They'd love it.
I am rock hard right now.
It's either going to be blood red or milky white. Dealer's choice.
Did you guys see Michael Keane on Duckface Instagram?
Yes.
On Instagram,
I smoked that motherfucker. I was like, why the fuck does he look like that? There's no reason for this.
Yeah.
No fucking reason.
That's a filter. 100%. That's a filter. And he's tucking in his lips like a little fucking model or some shit. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. I love him so much. But
I was like,
so
why does he
weird.
look like that? There's no reason. Like his
Heroin
is good enough.
Heroin is why
he looks
like
all
that.
sunk in and shit.
Dude, heroin.
Yeah, he's been saying there's going to be
I
new
mean,
music. And it's like, oh, that's.
For anyone who grew up in that era, like no one will doubt the impact that Planetary Duality had in that time frame. It was a great album, like front to back. But like, why the fuck does he look like that? And why has he had so many issues with previous band members? Why is he so hard to work with?
Why does he sell their stuff for drugs?
Yeah,
right.
That's what we heard.
Why is he so hard to work with? Why have so many people come and gone? If he was that great of a musician, truly, he would have had the same good lineup this whole time and been writing sick shit the whole time. That's my.
If he wouldn't have lost the autotheism lineup, dude. Oh my god, it would have.
I mean,
Wes Hosh, man, what a monster!
Honestly,
what a
Wes is a
monster.
goat, dude. He's a fucking riff king, and
He
fucking
is
lost Wes.
nasty as fuck. So good.
That alluvial shit is great, dude.
Yes.
Kevin on vocals.
that EP fucking ripped, dude. Fucking Fog Belt, that fucking stupid. Like, oh, dude. It's like kicking a fucking cybernetic cat in the balls. Sounds amazing.
I was so pissed when I missed alluvial. They came through Philly. It was like on that 200 Stab Wounds tour. And they were playing at the church in Philly, and I missed them. I was fucking out of town for work, and I wanted to go hang out. And like, Kev did vocals on the Engulf album, but I never actually met him, and I wanted to go hang out and rage and throw down and shit. And then I was out of town for work, and I was so mad because it looked like such a good lineup. But yeah, it was that old Faceless shit was. I think a lot of people kind of harken back to that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, like he popped up, you know, in a Metal Sucks or Metal Injection article. Like, oh shit, where have you been? Hopefully.
Andrew commented Faceless 2012. They saw Faceless, Dying Fetus, and 3 Inches of Blood. What a fucking lineup what that was, man. That's crazy.
That's a hell of a mixed bag.
Yeah, but I'm all for a mixed bill. Give me a mixed bill over like a 5 tech death bands in one bill.
One of my favorite bills that I've seen, and I still bring it up. It was Obituary, Pallbearer, Skeleton Witch, and Dustbolt.
Dude, I think I saw that one. Yeah, what was that in like 2016, 15, 16?
God, it might have been like 20. It might have been close, like 2018, 2019, maybe. I don't know. It was a while ago. But yeah, like, dude, is this for real?
The
like,
last Skeleton Witch
wild fucking lineup. And having like Pallbearer on right before Obituary just stomps guts. Like, that was like, man, I was just sad earlier, but now I'm just like, fuck yeah, let's go. And then I like turn into a question mark because he got crushed.
I think I've seen Obituary like 5 times now. Best time was in Orlando. They did a Florida Swamp Tour. It was like a 3-date Florida run 2 year or 2 ago. It was like them with Tribal Gaze opened, and I missed them, and I was pissed. And then 200 Stab Wounds, and then Obituary, and the place went fucking ballistic, man, in Orlando. It was insane. Such a fucking good show. But probably my favorite time I've seen Obituary.
I mean, you know, John Tardy might be my favorite death metal vocalist. I don't know, man. It's so hard to say, but he's still got it too. It's so fucking distinct.
Dude, they played with Sepultura last month, and I was like, my boy is locked in. It's so, I mean, a huge influence on me. Like what they did on Cause of Death
Oh,
Like whether it was like John's idea or Scott Burns' idea, like the vocal production on there was insane. Like the layers and the placements of everything was just like no one's done that. Still, no one's done that to like that effect. Oh yeah, it was crazy, man. It was so good.
that was one of my. I mean, I was going to go to MDF, but one of my big selling points was, Obituary is doing all cause of death. Fuck yeah, take my money.
I don't remember if we talked about this the last time I was here, but they did that 5 years ago for the 30th anniversary, and they played Kung Fu Necktie in Philly, and that's about 150 cap room. And me and the singer of Blasphemous Ron were there. Place was packed out. It was insane seeing Obituary play Call to Death front to back in this tiny space. They did it on like they played these old like small venues on purpose, but dude, it was wild. And I was like, yeah, maybe I'll do MDF to see that. And I was like, dude, I saw it in like a club space. Why do I need to see it on like Rand's Head or whatever it is? Like, dude, it was so good. Yeah, if you go and you see it, it's well worth the trip. It's so good.
The last time I saw Obituary was in Cleveland Heights. Oh, what the fuck? Grog Shop. And that's a super small fucking venue, too. I hate the fact that the stage is not very high off the ground, though. And there was someone that was like 7'2" in front of me. I thought it was some dude with this kid on his shoulders. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, oh, no, you're just lurch.
Yeah.
But yeah, we managed to move to the side of the stage, and it was like the most personal, intimate fucking live set for that. Gruesome was on the bill, too, and 200 Stab Wounds. It was a blast. That was such a fucking killer show.
Looked like you were leaning over to fart, Nick.
No, I would have owned it. Actually, I would have put my butt right up to the microphone.
Did you? Let's talk about the other great news coming out.
Oh,
My boy Jeffrey Loomis is back, baby. I'm
shit.
so geeked for Nevermore. It's unreal.
So
And
I don't know what to think about that because I was never a huge Nevermore fan. I do appreciate Jeff Loomis's guitar playing, and
Same.
I will listen to what comes out of that, but I'm kind of indifferent on how I feel about it. But it was just because previously Nevermore, I think maybe had one song that I was hype on.
sure.
Yeah.
Other than that, I was like, but he's an insane guitarist. I mean, honestly, I'm like, I know Nevermore because Pat O'Brien used to be at Nevermore, and I'm a big like Pat O'Brien fan. Guns aside,
I always get really.
Ask,
I was gonna say real quick. I always get really bummed when I don't like something that a really, really good guitar player is doing.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I'm like, I should fucking like this. What's wrong with me? You know what I mean? But yeah, same with me though. It's like Nevermore never really just grabbed me for some reason. But
Right.
I know they're not because they're not good. I just
that's the way the cookie crumbles, man. But it is.
I got into the Century Media samplers, the Identity compilations. I heard 7 Tongues of God. It was like, dude, that's fucking ripping. And then hearing someone that sounded more like Bruce Dickinson on top of those riffs, like I kind of like this.
He was gothic Bruce Dickinson, man.
He was more woeful.
Yeah. Beyond 4 walls.
Yeah, you should sing for Nevermore now.
I imagine they have someone infinitely better.
No, dude, that's the other thing I was going to tell you guys. Just recently, Jeff Loomis put up a post saying that they are moving forward without Van, or I'm sorry, not without Van, but without Jim, and they're doing open auditions for a bass player and a vocalist.
See, all right, I'm still wondering.
Nick play bass, John do vocals.
Yeah.
I can't play bass.
That'd be great.
Engulf otherwise. Nick
Dude,
bass, John do vocals.
I mean,
I like your faith in me, buddy, but
I'll go on stage and crack jokes and like, all right, I'm warming you up, guys. Oh, is that food you're throwing at me? That's cool.
Love it.
Why are you throwing rocks? Go back to food.
Yeah,
don't throw rocks; those hurt more.
I think I appreciate Jeff Loomis just as a person and like the talent that he has enough to that whatever new stuff comes out from Nevermore, I'll listen to it probably once. My guess is nothing will grab me, but I'm always open to.
You'll give it a shot. Why not?
100%. Yeah, I'm always open to if someone's sharing everything like if Scott or Nick or John or you put out an album that's just like, okay, everyone's sharing. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to listen to it once because everyone's sharing it. I'm going to form my own opinion. I may or may not like it, but I'm going to listen to it at least once because there's enough hype behind it that it's worth. I think it's probably worth my time, whether it's good or bad. So
yeah, to at least evaluate it, form an opinion.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I'll give it like a nice solid 20-second test. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I'm not, grabbed by like the first 2 tracks, it leaves like, oh god, here we go. This is gonna suck. Damn
This
it!
is gonna be long.
I got like every night, like I'll go to sleep right or whatever, and then before I go to bed, I'll just grab my phone and I got all these fucking like review sites bookmarked, right? And I just rifle through them every night, right? And I just like check and see. And then I work from home, and my job is simple as fuck, so I can just listen to whatever. So the next morning, I'll fucking see what I flagged last night and listen to it, which is kind of a pretty dope setup I got. But
dude.
Yeah, but I will say that like doing that kind of makes everything a wash. So like, you know what I mean? Because like suddenly all black metal sounds fucking exactly the same, or like, but, so I do like when I make fun of myself for the 20-second test, it's like kind of honest, you know what I'm saying? Because like I'll just be like, I don't think so. Next, you know what I mean?
That's the hard thing as if you write music, especially if it's something that's as like kind of already done as like black metal or death metal. You write a riff and you're like, or a song or a verse or whatever, lyrics, and you're like, damn, this sounds like Mayhem, or damn, this sounds like Cannibal Corpse, or damn, this sounds like Slayer. And then you're like, fuck it, it's cool. It's not the exact same riff, whatever.
Yeah.
And you put it out, and then like it'll get a good review, and someone's like, damn, there's a bunch of cool, sick Slayer or Mayhem sounding riffs, and it's awesome, and I love it. And we need more of this, or something like that. Like that's, I've heard a ton of songs where I'm like, yeah, is it kind of generic sounding? Yeah, but do I like it? Also, fucking, I'm going to put it out. So, whatever.
A good riff is a good riff. Like, I mean, anytime, if we're referencing bands we love, like, holy shit, this has got that fucking bolt thrower fucking groove to it.
Exactly, man. Like,
these sleazy obituary riffs, those are never digs.
Dude, sleazy. I love that as a descriptor, sleazy. But like, didn't someone say, like, I don't remember who it was, but there was some old interview or something, like someone was like, it was a dumb comment, but in heart, it's kind of true. It's like, yeah, isn't everything just a Black Sabbath riff? Like, wasn't that one of the, like, I don't remember who it was or where it was from, but they were like, everything just roots from Black Sabbath riff. It's all kind of rooted in the same. It's like, but
probably Matt Pike. I'm guessing Matt Pike said it.
Probably, but also Matt Pike fucks. Like, what are you gonna do? Like,
he swings the mighty riff axe and beheads people.
It's Tony Iommi wrote every riff.
Dude, I still weirds me out. Like one of the interviews I saw, like he's a big Yngwie fan, and he was like, Matt Pike is a big Yngwie fan. He actually shows like, I can play a lot of stuff, but it
doesn't show it. But I mean, but like you can listen to someone and take influence and not directly rip them off. I mean, that's not
for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
guilty.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate. Who I like is Guthrie Govan. I think he's an incredible guitar player, and like how smooth he plays, and how clean and crisp everything, and like precise everything is. Like, I take huge influence from that, but not like stylistically, but more like I need to be tight. I need to be as tight and as precise and clean as that. Like, if you're not playing as tight as Guthrie, then go fuck off.
I'm going to go fuck off because I've come to terms that I will never be as tight as Guthrie.
Well,
I know that.
Like,
he won't even hang out with me. I know that. He would be embarrassed that I was even holding a guitar. I feel like he would just be like, "Fucking A, dude. What am I doing?
You should play bass. Like you should."
Yeah, it'd be worse. He'd be like, "Today is a total waste of my time." Like, you know what I mean?
Have you seen like videos and interviews with him? He seems like such a chill guy.
A English gentleman.
I did one of those. I mean, Yeah, he played in Indy with that Aristocrats.
I love the Aristocrats.
Yeah. He. This was a lot of years ago. This was probably 12 or so years ago. But yeah, and it was another thing like you were talking about, like tiny venue where it's all intimate, and fucking sick as fuck. So you know. He's got nowhere to hide, so you get to meet him and shit.
That's cool.
But yeah, it was sick as fuck. Dude, that Erotic Cakes album is fucking one of my favorite things. That first fucking riff is one of the most unique. Like as a guitar player or whatever. Like I'm always like, how do I come up with something that unique? I'm always trying to, and I never accomplish it. Like I never feel like
it always sounds like the same fucking boring riff that everyone else has played. But it's
right.
That's
what I was about to say. You're gonna go listen to Ritual. You're gonna go listen to Ritual tomorrow, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this fucking idiot even talking about?" You're gonna be like, "He was just talking about original riffs yesterday." And this
I'm gonna listen to my Thralls NYE 2025.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, this Ritual shit.
Yeah.
No.
I know you. No, it'd be okay if you did. Yeah, it'd be okay if you did.
But, whenever anyone else says that about my stuff, they're like, yeah, it just sounds like so and so. I'm like, yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I was going for. Thanks.
Fine. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Mission accomplished. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Awesome, perfect.
Yeah, but dude, you hear that first riff on that Erotic Cakes album, and you're just like, this is something. I would, you know what I mean? Like, this is a riff.
Yeah.
This is a guitar player who wrote a riff.
Yeah. You listen to I like watching the old school like clinics that he does on YouTube. Where he's like, oh yeah, you just do this, and you kind of use this scale framework, and then
yeah,
and then he's like, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just do that. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I have seen one of those Ingve home videos or whatever.
It's same shit. Yeah,
it's the same shit. Yeah, it's like
he's got them all. Yeah.
I do.
Dude, he's laughing at you. He's like, I can't believe you fucking bought this because here's your tutorial. Yeah, just do this, you idiot. And then that's it. That's
one that I think is underrated as fuck. I think it was either Guitar World or one of those old school guitar magazines. Carl Sanders and Dallas Toller-Wade from Nile, or formerly of Nile, did like a how to play this riff type thing, and they did this like 20-minute video, and Dallas gave me probably one of the most important pieces of extreme metal playing that I've ever heard in my entire life, and it was how to think about when you do your tremolo picking.
Sure.
If the tempo is like bup 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 bup, it's not like jigga 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 jigga. You don't do it on the downbeat of one. You do it every other, like jigga 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 jigga. So like when you're on fast, it's like jigga 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 jigga. It like sounds dumb. It's not translating probably through the camera.
I
know what you mean, man.
Yeah, like you guys get it. Like I'll find it and I'll post it in the chat. But it was probably one of the most important things for me to play as an extreme metal guitar player ever in my entire life. And it was this dorky little like cringy produced like Guitar World video that they did like probably in 2005.
It was probably it was called Guitar One magazine, and they did a lot of DVDs that they would send out with their magazines too.
I'll hold you to it. I'm gonna look it up right the fuck now.
Dude.
Put it in the chat.
Dimebag had one. I think I still have it somewhere.
Dude, his were goated. His were actually really good.
Dude,
like,
he was the man.
Really fucking Guitar World. You're not fucking wrong, dude. I'm looking it up right now. I'm putting it in the fucking in the chat. This was in 14 years ago, baby. 14 years ago. RIP time for fucking sure.
Have you ever seen that Crank? He does the Crankenstein demo where he sets off the car alarm in the parking lot with a fucking squeal.
Yep.
Dude,
I'm not a lead player at all, but if I wanted to leads, I'd look at a fuck ton of Dimebag videos. All I'm doing is dive bombs. That's it.
Dude, he was But the great thing about Dime was he could do whatever, and he always did what was good for the jam. You know what I mean? He was pretty appropriate, but damn, could he show out when he needed to. The first album, Cowboys from Hell, man. The song "The Sleep." There's a solo in that song, "The Sleep." It's like a little 2-part solo.
Yeah, he knew what to do, man.
Dude,
he smoked. I mean, he smoked pretty much everyone in his time. before and or after his time. He was like, if Dime was around and he was playing stadiums, he was cooking everybody. There wasn't anybody that could hold up.
I think Zach Wild, dude. He's a bad motherfucker.
He's good, but I mean, honestly, anything I see that Dime has done versus what Zach has done, Dime cooks him every time. It's not even a contest. I mean, like, not even a little bit.
But I feel like when you said who the like giants were of like lead guitar playing in the 90s for metal, like, as you want to feel like, or you want to talk like the big two, to me it was Zach and Dime, man.
I mean, I agree with that, and I definitely think that it's appropriate that Zach is doing the like Pantera thing, like Phil Anselmo, Nazi shit aside, like it's sick to see Zach doing like
sure, yeah. That seems like the right thing to do, right? Though have Zach play, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, name who else would you name?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I'll wait.
Yeah, same.
Like I mean, I saw some videos of him playing it. And I'm like, fucking nailed it. He fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
Say what you will, but he seems like the right guy for that job.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And also talking about Phil Anselmo, like crazy shit aside, like that new Scour shit sounds fucking mean.
Yeah,
dude.
it does.
It's not bad. Yeah,
it does.
Fucking mean.
I'm stoked
If they rolled through and played a small venue, I'd go fucking see him.
Yeah. There's
They're
they just had a whole page in that Decibel. So yeah, new album I guess is coming out.
I mean,
whole album is coming out.
Great lineup. Like Jarvis is like a goated drummer.
Yeah.
They got what's his name from Ex Cattle on guitar. Like it's a sick lineup he put together, and he sounds really good.
Isn't there like
sounds fucking sick?
Isn't there like some famous guy or something that did some guest vocals on that too?
I don't know. Let's see.
No, I know. I'm almost positive that's a thing. And some like fucking heartthrob dude. I can't think of his name, but it did some guest vocals on. I think it's on that.
You sure it's not Duckface Michael Keane? No,
fuck it, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know because I'm like not very good at this pop culture thing, but I think there's like a dude that's like in movies that did.
Dude, you're so vague right now. What the fuck?
I know. I'm not doing a very good job. We should move on.
I want to know now.
I don't see shit.
What are we talking about?
I'll look at it up. I'll figure it out. You guys talk about stuff.
Right, cool.
You're going on a Thanksgiving walk with me, all.
Oh shit! I did eyeball that candy bar as I walked out to grab a smoke. I didn't need it though.
Nobody needs it, dude. Look at this.
We all need it.
My mom leaves this whole box of cookies out here. Come on,
Jason Momoa.
Oh yeah, no, he loves metal.
Wait, what?
Yeah, hold on here.
Shut the fuck up. No
most
way.
notable. Okay, hold on. Well, this is I don't know. This is Google AI, and my phone is broken, so it's hard.
It's AI, so it's definitely not true.
The most notable guest vocalist on Scour is actor Jason Momoa, who has appeared on several tracks with the band.
What album? What demo or what EP?
Let's see here. Particularly on the Black EP.
He's on the Black EP. I fucking know that.
Fucking
shit.
Yeah, and then Eric Rattan makes and Pat O'Brien are on there too. I don't know. I don't usually.
He's right. Jason Momoa vocals, track 1, Black EP.
What?
Eric Rattan also. Pat
Sometimes
O'Brien also.
That's stupid.
Adding that to the playlist.
I know. That's why I remembered it. It was because, that's why I almost sort of remembered it. It was because it's so stupid. You know what I mean? But
he just got cast as Lobo for DC now. They're switching gears from like you're no longer Aquaman, you're Lobo.
Oh, dude, he fucking nailed. Dude, Lobo is the hardest DC character.
He's the main man.
He's the fucking meanest dude. Dude, I added that to my playlist. That Scour Black EP now. I mean, Rutan is God. Rutan is God.
Dude, he's got like half of fucking misery in there.
You mean Vigo, the Carpathian?
The Scourge of Moldavia?
The Sultan of Moldavia.
The guy that suffers from Carpathian kitten loss?
Oh, that's it. He just misses his kitten. I'm going to paint one over here for him.
No. I think the time for meeting is now. Go, Mr. Redmond.
So I was on. So I've had last week off and this week off from work, and I had some downtime, and I was looking at some old media that I had, and I was in the time that I grew up, the Metal Blade DVD era was hot. So I was of the Black Dahlia Murder Majesty era. Like it was the era of a band releases a CD on a major label, and there's a DVD with extras with it.
Yep.
So the two that I was spinning was Black Dahlia Majesty, the DVD that came with Deflorate, and then the Behemoth DVD that came with Evangelon, or maybe a year after Evangelon, which was a lot of like Mayhem Fest and what was the other fest they did? Ozfest, like extras back in the day. So I was watching a lot of that. And I was curious as to if any of you guys have ever really watched those or were of that era. Or
I own them.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
we know you own them.
The Majesty DVD that's in our backdrop in the main room.
Dude, goated. I mean, like, I wish I would love to. I wish
the full one is better. I like that one more.
Yeah, I wish DVDs weren't such a dead thing, because if I could do like a live album with a DVD to go with it, that would be such like a full circle moment for me, man. That would be so cool, like tour extras and stuff like that. Oh, here he goes. He's going into the vault.
Yeah. Those did seem like a dime a dozen back then, though, like 2005 or something like that.
Yeah.
Seems like they were almost every CD you bought had like, you know, they would fold open
Yeah, man.
DVD in the back.
Yeah, it was like Black Dahlia. Like it was a lot of Metal Blade stuff. Like Metal Blade had that shit on lot. Like they saw the market and they honed in on it, and they put out a ton of great stuff. I mean, like Nuclear Blasted too. Like was it as
Death is Just the Beginning.
Yeah, and then the Suffo album that came out with Dave Colross on drums in like 2013. Yeah. That one had a good one too. That one had a really good DVD.
If I remember correctly, there was a couple Cannibal ones that had.
Yeah. So
you recognize this one?
Yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, where we talk about buttholes and shit.
They did. Yeah, Cannibal had two of them. It was the DVD that came with Evisceration Plague.
Yep.
And then they did the standalone. It was like Global Evisceration DVD that came out right after that album, and then they did another one, Torturing and Eviscerating or something like that, which was like right after Torture came out, and they did a lot of like the Torture and Evisceration Plague songs, and that was a great DVD too. I mean, Cannibal's live albums are hot. I was just talking to my buddy tonight about like best live albums ever, and like Live Cannibalism is like in the top 3 easy, like no question, as far as production, video, everything, like no question.
You're
probably right, but I don't know. I don't listen to a whole lot of live albums I don't know, for some reason I'm like, every time I try, I'm like, I'll just listen to the original or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But
dude,
like when you find the right one where the songs are performed well and produced well, it's like it's a totally different experience. Like listen, especially on vinyl, you listen to a live album on vinyl and it's produced well and it's a full package, dude, it's so good. It's a different experience than just listening to it digitally. So I get it. I definitely get what you're saying, but
I like listening to the presentation. I think you do too, man. The final product, you know, the way the artist wanted it to be.
Yeah. Right. Like Nick, you got the Behemoth DVDs and the Black Dahlia DVDs, like listening to the songs performed live in a live setting with like background sounds and other things. It's like it's a different kind of take on the songs, you know.
With the DVD, it's nice because they get those panning shots, the crowd, like you get to watch the crowd go absolutely ape shit, you know.
Yeah, the energy,
fake banter and such, because that's always fun.
Yeah,
but like I'm kind of with Scott though. Like every time I listen to a live album, I'm like, I just want to go see him again. I'll just go see him. I'm
trying to think of like any that I like tribute. You know, the Ozzy album or whatever.
Yeah,
I would listen to that one.
Album.
I think that's like almost goes without saying, maybe. But I'm trying to think of like any other live album.
Strangers in the Night by UFO. Michael Schenker, man.
Oh damn! All right, yeah, I don't know.
All right, here we go. All right, we're going into the shred days. That's
Decade
crazy.
of Decadence or whatever, or is that what it's called? I remember the live Slayer album. I listened to a bunch when it came
Oh,
out.
Decade of
Oh,
Aggression.
dude.
Yeah,
Decade of Aggression. That's
Yeah,
right.
dude. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That old Slayer shit. That
Oh.
mid-era Slayer shit they put out. They're like, yeah, we don't have a lot of good original content, but let's do a live album. Let's do a punk cover album, and that shit was crazy, man.
I couldn't get into the punk cover album. That kind of
I couldn't
Panther
either.
101 live,
Everybody
live
around me.
101 proof.
Yeah.
I still love that one.
Everybody around me like loved it, and I remember just being like, God, you guys.
Was that all your hardcore friends?
Probably. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
But I mean, I've never been like a punk dude either, and like, I don't
Punk
know.
sucks. But...
So, I mean, it's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine. I especially don't like to get on the internet or rip shit apart. But like, things I either liked it or don't, whatever. But
I mean,
but for some reason, it just like it took Slayer down a notch for me almost because I just I'm not a stickler for the details. Like I don't really like do a lot of research about people's names or the names of songs or anything like that. I'll just like if I like an album, I'll just listen to it over and over again. I won't pay attention that much.
Yeah.
But it gives me like it almost allows me to have this mystery about people, which are about bands or whatever. You know what I mean? Which is kind of I think awesome.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, for some reason I was like that punk album came out. I was like, God damn it! I thought they were evil or something. Now they just seem regular.
Yeah, that one I think that one I think missed a little bit honestly in terms of live albums or cover albums. Like bands have done cover releases that have been more of a nod that I think were truer to their roots, and that one, I think it would have made more sense for them to do something that was like Venom. Maiden, like something like that. Yeah. Someone mentioned Metallica live in Seattle '89. I think that's a goated live release. That's high in the list. Someone mentioned a Deep Purple release, but what I was going to say was I have it on tape. Judas Priest Alive in the East, the Japan live album. Goated.
Yeah.
Like goated live album. Like really, really, really good. But yeah, the Slayer punk cover album was little bit of a miss. Their live albums are really, really good, but that cover album was a little like quite. Well, like
there. As a musician, I really feel like you should be able to. They should do it. They should do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know what I mean? It's not up to me, but I just for some reason it just took me out of the.
It was like a stopgap one. Like that album screams filler release, contractually obligated. Like, listen, it's been sort 2 years.
Sort of. But like Hanneman, like loved that shit or whatever, and that was part of the reason why Slayer was so awesome because they did have kind of a punk aspect,
and that's cool.
You know what I mean? Which is cool. It's totally cool.
Like that's totally cool. But like, did we need to do a whole? Like, I would have felt it would have been like a more appropriate if they did like a EP that was like 2 or 3 originals, and then like a punk song or 2, and then like a live like. You think it would do like on a split or something.
Yeah, or maybe they could have just recorded it and then just given it to their parents. Or something.
Hey, Dad, listen to this.
This is not for sale. This is just for fun.
People are suggesting super sick live albums too. Maiden, Live After Death. Someone said Metallica.
Yeah, Live After Death.
Live After Death is goated. Yeah.
Maiden's put out a couple of good ones.
Yeah, I'm not here to disagree at all. I just don't ever find myself listening.
No, I usually don't either.
I mean, if I have the studio album that they're probably touring on, they're playing most of the songs on. Yeah, and I mean, at that point, again, like I was like, the entire thing is like, I would rather just be there. Like seeing
it's because it's also because a lot of times like when the album comes out, when you record stuff, you'll record like leads and layers and like vocal layers and synth and like whatever else you add on to an album that you can do in a studio that unless you have a full production in a live setting and you have samples and backing musicians and a full lineup, like it's hard to do live. So like when you do something big, like my it's probably number 1 or probably at least top 3 live album, whatever you would say about them, Iced Earth, Alive in Athens, I think is a goated live album.
Let's talk about Iced Earth. No, it's not. I'm just
Okay,
kidding.
I'm just
Let's
saying,
storm the whole subject. Let's just break in and take shit.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Dude, I get it. But like January 6th aside, like before that, like everything was performed super tight. It was super crisp, super clean. It was in a huge setting in Athens. Like the vocals were operatic. They had Barlow, dude. Long hair Barlow. Like, dude, it was like a crazy live performance. And it's still like, if I could own that on vinyl, would be like a valued release of mine. And John Schaefer say Rituaal was a big influence on me guitar playing live.
John
Burn
Schaefer.
Offering.
I'm
not even a big power metal fan. Like, there's some stuff all right, but Burn Offerings is a fucking goated album.
Dude, I mean, dude, those first 3 or 4 releases were just insane, and his rhythm picking and playing was so insanely precise and tight and fast and clean. I mean, I'd put him up against any rhythm player any day.
I've always preached the same thing, dude. I couldn't agree more. I think John Schaefer has one of the best right hands in metal, period.
Oh yeah, underrated as fuck. People talk about, we're talking like rhythm players, like obviously Mustaine is good. Hetfield is goated. Terrence Hobbs from Suffo is goated. Schaefer's goated. We're talking like speed and precision, like
Scotty Ian.
I put Scotty in there.
Scott's great. Yeah, Scott's great because like he'll jump up and down and do backflips on stage. Like you watch some of those old DRI videos, like March of the SOD. Like, yeah, that's a stupid dummy riff, but he's absolutely great. Somersaults around too, dude.
He's got a lower center of gravity than everybody else. So
he's like 4'9" on a good day.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But don't give him too much credit. That's all.
He's about 4 or 5 apples tall, but he's
He's like a short skateboarder. You know what I mean? It's like, of course he got a lot of balance.
So if we're talking like let's go around the room. Like who are we? Like, what's our everyone? I think everyone here plays instruments.
I don't.
Nick, no, okay. Other than Nick, you don't count. But everyone here, who's your number one like influence on whatever instrument you play? Like John, you go first.
Blake Richardson from Between the Buried and Me.
Okay.
As a drummer, he's a fucking incredible drummer.
Interesting. Okay,
yep.
That's weird because like I remember like it was like Summer Slaughter 2012. It was like this insanely brutal lineup, and then Between the Buried and Me did direct support for Cannibal Corpse. It was such a weird lineup, but
that's bizarre. Yeah, but he's a fucking incredible drummer, dude. That guy just knows how to work that whole kit.
Yeah,
and do it well. On point, dude. Every time I've seen DT Bam,
dude's a beast.
Blake's on point.
All right, Scott, what about you?
Mine kind of goes in phases, right? Because I'm old, and so I've had a lot of them. But back in the day, it was obviously Slayer. You could hear all that influence, like in the Demirkus records. It was just Slayer as fuck, right? That's all I did. Like Slayer, Metallica. When I listen to Rust in Peace, I can't. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around. Like I find Rust in Peace like one of the most ridiculously written albums ever. Like it's so impressive to me that
preach it, brother, preach it.
Let's go.
So so early on it was like Slayer or whatever, and then when I actually was like, I guess I'm playing guitar now or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I started paying attention to things, and that's when like Rust in Peace, like even though I had listened to it for years, like suddenly like when I started playing guitar, actually, and like listening to that, just being like this, all these riffs seem just inhuman. I don't know. It's to this day when I listen to that album over and over again, I'm just like my mind is blown by the creativity inside of that album because no one's. It doesn't sound like anything, right?
Yep.
And then lately, like these have been influences always, but then they, like I said, they kind of come in waves and become more important during different parts of my life. But Trey Asgoth and like some of those major, because like I'm really impressed by just uniqueness or whatever, right? So it's like if you can play 1,000,000 miles an hour or whatever, I'm like, okay, but like, are you good at like writing a song or you know what I mean? I think that's what really impresses me. But are you good at like writing a song that I don't feel like I've heard right off the bat, right? You know what I mean? And so I don't know. I find shit like Rust in Peace and like like Altars of Madness and Covenant. I find those so inspiring because I just can't imagine being that creative sometimes. I mean, because we're all playing the same fucking instrument, and this guy's just coming up with shit I would never come. You know what I mean? I would never.
I still remember the first time I heard fucking God of Emptiness, and I was like, that riff makes no sense to me whatsoever. Hold on here.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I just love when a guitar player is able to use the instrument in a way that I've never fucking thought of. You know.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Rust. I think that one's honestly probably the only Megadeth album I'll willingly listen to front to back. And like Friedman's leads are just, you don't have to say anything. Like you say Friedman and that's it.
Yeah,
and
he's
catchy, it's heavy, it's fast, it's fun. Like everything about Rust in Peace is like perfect front to back. That's a no skip album.
Dawn Patrol. I skip Dawn Patrol every time.
No way, I listen to it.
No
way.
Creates atmosphere,
it's
man.
the only skippable track.
No.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that one's goated. I mean, it's I think if you ask most people about what your favorite Megadeth is, they're gonna say Rust in Peace.
Yeah. I think that album is really interesting too, because a lot of it's not like, it doesn't have like your normal kind of verse, chorus, verse kind of structures to it. And so it's kind of, some of it's, you know, what you would call maybe like a riff train, but it never feels like that. And I don't know. I'm always impressed by shit like that. I'm just like, how did you do this?
I mean, no, you're right. I mean, like, you can't compare Rust in Peace to really anything else.
I know.
Because it's thrashy, but it's progressive and it's technical and it's weird and it's
I don't know,
goofy and dorky, and I don't know, it's great. Like
every time I listen to it at the gym, it's like I didn't even work out. Just fucking goes like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh shit, the fucking elliptical's over with already? It's been half an hour.
Galloping along to the end of 5 Magics, and I was done. What the fuck?
5 Magics.
Do that again.
Yeah. Metal God just said, what do you say? Tornado of Souls guitar solo is insane, and yes, it's probably one of those that I could like.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot.
Like from out of nothing, it'd be like, I could like air guitar it like every time. It's so good.
It's so good. So good.
Did you guys watch the videos of Marty doing those couple shows with Megadeth live?
No, I need to though. That's sick.
Oh, it's yeah, man. It's just like, fuck yeah, that's the way it should have been.
Yeah, but you know, Dave's a weirdo, so or whatever, or at least from what I've heard, I don't know. Maybe he's great.
I mean, he's been through so many damn players. Like, I mean, there's one common denominator.
Right. Right.
Sam. Yeah. Love your riffs, Dave.
I do. Yeah.
Our Lord and Savior.
That was nice.
All right, Turd, what's your also, I don't know your actual real name. I'm sorry. What's your one
Turd
Ferguson.
Turd.
It's a funny name.
What's your one major influence for your playing whatever instrument you play?
Man.
Just one.
See, I go in the problem with me is I go in phases too, and I've acquired so many things along the journey, and then I just kind of cycle through it. Like sometimes I'll really dive into shit like Dream Theater. Sometimes I'll really dive into like old Arch Enemy and In Flames. Sometimes I'll,
Yeah.
it just depends on the moment, I guess, because I'm really ADD as fuck.
Yeah.
But you like melody a lot. Right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
I like a lot of melody, and that's why I would say maybe my favorite rhythm player in metal would be Dave Mustaine. For that reason, just dude is my favorite riff factory.
Yeah, no, it hurts a little bit to say that, doesn't it?
So like that's always been my thing. Is like, is Dave Mustaine the actual riff factory?
Tony Iommi,
or is Dave Mustaine the composer for most of Megadeth stuff? That's always been my qualm. Is like, I think most of the other people that are in Megadeth write most of the riffs, and Dave Mustaine just kind of puts it together, which is what I feel like a lot of the time too in my bands, and I'm okay with that. And that's a perfectly good role to have. But I don't think I don't know. I don't know if Dave Mustaine actually.
I think he lets people contribute.
Okay.
I think that's a good thing that he probably does, is he lets these guys, contribute their ideas, but ultimately, this is his band, so he's going to have the final say on everything.
Yeah. I mean, like when what was the last lead guitarist they had?
Kiko.
No.
The new guy, the dude from Winter Sun?
The guy they had from like 2006 to.
Oh wow.
Glenn Drover.
Glenn Drover?
No, what's his name? He
Chris
did like all the.
Broderick?
I'm not gonna remember that.
Chris Broderick.
Yes, Chris Broderick. Yeah, I saw them.
Oh, yeah.
That was my second concert ever. It was Megadeth, Machine Head, Suicide Silence, and Chris Broderick was playing with them at the time. And dude, he's nasty. He crushed. Like, we're talking about precision. My man was every note like 110% on Guitar Hero. Like, crushed everything.
He was in Nevermore for a little bit.
Dude, right?
Jack Panzer too.
Yep.
Dude.
Yeah, Jack Panzer. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, he was next level.
I ended up liking one of the albums during that era, though, and it was Endgame. The other ones, it was Super Collider was one of them.
Dude, I'll send you a link. I made like last year or whatever. I made really good Megadeth songs from albums that suck. And so I just made this, you know what I mean? So I took every good Megadeth song from all these shitty fucking albums.
Please.
What was the good song on Risk? Just out of curiosity.
Crush 'em.
I don't think.
No, it's not Crush 'em. It's never been Crush 'em.
That's because you're too afraid to go into the arena, into the light.
Oh no!
I hate the fact that you still know the fucking words to that song.
Yeah.
I've had enough that terrible music videos etched in my brain.
It's not from Risk. What's the Cryptic Writings has that? That's a terrible one too. But
Disintegrators.
Disintegrators is fucking great, dude. That's a great song.
Disintegrators.
I love She-Wolf.
Dude. Well,
She-Wolf hard, dude. Yeah, that's a good one.
She-Wolf is not even really that good of a song, but live here I'm coming. I'm contradicting myself, but because they play it live at what the fuck is it called? Live at Web something or other. But where they do all this fucking horse shit in the middle, like all this fucking guitar trickery or whatever in the middle of it. And they're like playing or whatever. They're like giving each other high fives and all this shit. That one's on there. I don't know. I just got this. Yeah, what did I call it? Oh yeah, Megadeth songs that don't totally suck from albums that do.
The compilation you never knew you needed until just now.
Is it on tape?
Dude, it's another it's on Spotify. It's another
it's on Spotify.
That's another Jim Ripper, dude. I would listen to that.
Fucking sick.
Jim goes flying by.
Very cool.
No.
I'm a maybe vocalist, but yeah, Mike Patton. Mike Patton's the GOAT.
Interesting. Okay.
You can do that.
I was like never a huge Faith No More guy. I mean, like
War guy. Angel Dust, goated album.
And King for a Day,
Fool for a Lifetime.
Love it.
And King for a Day, Fool for a Lifetime.
And King for a Day, Fool for a Lifetime. Dude, I like Real Thing too.
Don't care about that one so much.
So Angel Dust is the
which one? King for a Day?
King for a Day. I don't know.
Really?
I feel
Take
like
this bottle. Oh, I love that fucking song.
I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying the Real Thing and Angel Dust are so fucking unique and so out there and weird that then that one came along and they kind of I don't know, they took some of the keyboards out of it and it just didn't sound as I don't know. It didn't sound
also lost Jim Martin's riffs. Like
That's
Jim Martin had
I wasn't sure that was the album that he dropped out on, but yes,
Yeah,
that made a huge difference too.
Trey Spruance was on guitars for King for a Day, which I think that album is awesome. I love that album too. But dude, Angel Dust, Caffeine. Oh, it's like one of my favorite fucking songs.
Jizzlobber.
I added that to my playlist. I'm gonna check that out later. I mean, other than like the one or two huge Faith No More songs, I've never.
Yeah, it's.
I just never really like.
Midlife Crisis is a fucking great fucking single too.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's so good, dude.
Oh, I love that, dude. That's like an album that defined the '90s for me, right there. Like '90s. That's like '90s weird on one super catchy fucking album.
Dude, the real thing is no joke either, dude. Yeah, I think most people only think of that Epic song, but man, that fucking album is
Falling
great,
to Pieces.
Dude. Yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Dude, Woodpecker from Mars.
Woodpecker from Mars is so fun, dude.
From out of nowhere.
Dude, the title track's amazing. Dude, Zombie Eaters.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, honestly, going back, like, Epic's kind of the one that I would skip just because I've heard it so many damn times. I would skip. I still listen to it.
I still like it. Yeah.
But, yeah, dude, like, all that shit was awesome. Like, the first two albums, maybe not so much.
I mean, Patton made it. That Jim Martin Patton combo, I thought was.
Are they still active at all, or
kinda? I know, like, I guess the pandemic hit Mike kind of hard, like the isolation and shit.
Oh,
and
yeah, because he dropped off a tour or something like that because of some mental, I think it was in. He said something like mental break or something like that. But Soul Invictus or whatever, is that what it's called?
Dude, that album's awesome.
I know, I thought it was great too. They got back together after like however many years or whatever and made a new album. Like how many years ago was it? Like 3 or 4?
Yeah, it was like
2015.
God,
oh shit! All right,
yeah, it's been 10 years.
Fucking 10 years ago.
But,
it's
a whole decade,
Yeah, but that album was fucking good too. I
love that album.
Yeah.
Dude, Matador's. That's my favorite song on that album.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was kind of like the summary of my what did you listen to in 2024. It was like not enough, and even a band as big as Faith No More, like you guys are talking about, like songs that you love. It's not a band that I dislike. It's just not a band that I ever delved into. And like I was looking at Nick and John's like year-end lists and shit, and I was like, God, there was so much stuff on here that like. I maybe listened to a song or maybe heard of it, but it's like physically didn't have the time to dive into. There was just like this vast amount of music that I just could not physically sit down and listen to everything. So I made like a year-end list, like top 10 for like EPs, demos, and albums, but it was so kind of loaded because I didn't even have the time to sit down and listen to everything. There was just so much that physically came out this year, and it was insane. I wouldn't have been able to. I would have had to sit down for like 2 days to try and stack everything out if I listened to everything.
I'm constantly listening to music. Like anytime I'm in the car, I mean, if I'm at home, and even just like in the background, like I'll turn the fucking sound off on a fucking video game. If I'm decided to like just sit back and chill, like I mean that's mostly like playing Dr. Mario and shit. But yeah. I'll turn off the fucking sound and just jam music. Yeah, it's always around me.
What is that noise?
Joe, is that you?
It's gotta be Joe.
Turns eating like
There you
go. You open up a box of milk duds or something like that.
Milk duds.
Even better.
Oh, it's not milk duds. Oh, it's hot toddy peanuts.
What?
Oh,
Boy.
With booze included? Oh shit! You're getting drunk on chocolate.
Amen, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
That's the most aggressively American thing I think I've seen today.
That's what Dime would have wanted.
That's what, dude. Hold on.
I mean, you got to figure too. I'd say if we weren't doing Thralls of Metal, I don't know if I would have the time to listen to as many albums as we do.
Dude, I mean, like,
we do this for a living.
I know.
Even just like bands like in Philly or Jersey that like I'm homies with or like play with or book or whatever. It's like they'll put something out and I really try and make a point to listen to it, but I'm like, damn, dude, there's just so much shit that is out and people are talking about. And like during COVID, things were different because there was nothing going on. I wasn't playing, booking, or going to shows. So all I did was just scour Bandcamp and I would follow labels. And when if people ask me like, oh, how do you find new music? I tell people, go on Bandcamp or whatever and follow the label because you see everything the label puts out.
Yep.
So I would follow small obscure labels like, like I Void Hanger or like some of these other smaller labels that put out this really crazy, weird, obscure stuff that you would never hear otherwise. And maybe might be like artists or bands that don't tour or don't play. And then you hear them and you're like, wow, this is, like, I think some of the stuff I have on my like year-end list was stuff that Void Hanger pointed out. And like, this is so crazy, like mind-bending and weird and creative and unique that you can't not put it on a year-end list. But it just doesn't get the like notoriety because they're not touring bands that play big shows or festivals or whatever. And like, I still stay, like trends change, apps change, but I still say like, go follow labels and especially smaller labels on Bandcamp and just keep up with the feed and you'll see the stuff that they put out and like just listen to everything. Like even if you just like click play on the first thing that pops up on your Bandcamp feed, it'll automatically play through everything in the whole list and then like something will grab your ear and you're like, oh, let me play that again and then go look at the album and like, see what they got for sale or whatever. So that's what I found is a good way.
The first thing I did when we started this channel, as soon as we had it like up and live, was I subbed like every fucking record label that I liked. And then through that, found a whole bunch of other smaller labels and was like, all right, this will get us a good influx of like, new underground fucking tunes and shit like that. And then, I mean, that's how sometimes we just find out shit just kind of pops up.
I mean, I think that's like what I did with the first Engulf release. There's 2 songs I just put up on my own Bandcamp and somehow Tito from Everlasting Speed found it and he was like, yo, can I release this? I was like, I guess, sure. Okay. Like, okay.
You've got a good ear.
Man,
He's got a good ear, man.
He's
constantly posting shit. It's like, fuck me, man. Now I have to wait until it gets to a fucking distro again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, we were talking about how much you like Purple earlier, and then I was like, I think. And then I was like, and then I pulled up your the Engulf album. And I was like, yeah, that's fucking Purple on that. Because I thought like, I was like, I think I remember fucking seeing that. And then then there it was, Purple.
Yeah, although I've done like cool, I've done like cool colors up to this point for Engulf. Like it's all been like blue and green and purple and stuff. I need to do like a red or like something hot and fiery. Like I need to do that for the next one. Like that's my like vision for it. But
I'm gonna hold it. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking bust into your DMs if I see some fucking Purple shit again. Yeah,
that fucking purple's on. Yeah,
We're making a Purple EP, man. You gonna get it?
I thought we were talking red, Hal. Come on.
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What happened? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's important though. Like anytime you see something, it's like and especially now too, man. Like I was saying, there was like so many bands that are doing so many different cool things musically. Like it puts even more importance on the like. I'm not gonna like break open the whole like AI art thing, but I will. Like it puts importance on like artwork that grabs you.
Yeah,
unless you're a pestilence.
Pestilence.
And it's hard too, man. It's hard to find like I don't know, I don't know, or at least we've had a hard time in my experience, like really getting art that we really, really felt proud of, or I don't know. You know what I mean?
It's the same thing as music. Like you'll never be 100%
right
good with whatever comes out, and it's not a knock on the artist.
Nope.
And it's not a knock on the music. It's just like you have a vision in your head, and whatever vision in your head it's like it never fully 100% translates to what you have. So you just kind of have to find an artist or like a producer for your music too, who like is with you in terms of like, okay, we're going to collaborate. Let's do something. And you both work as hard as you can to make it as good as you want it.
Yeah.
And then whatever comes out, comes out.
It's a little easier these days because you can kind of hunt them down a little bit. You can be like, oh,
Yeah.
this motherfucker is bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I don't think I've put out a single release ever in my entire life that I've gone back on be like, there wasn't one thing I wouldn't change.
Right.
And the one thing might be like this big, like might be like so completely minuscule that it's like forgettable in the like the long run, but there wasn't like one thing like, oh, we could have like tweaked the bass on this, or oh, I could have like played this harmony different, or like, but that's what it is. Like you go in, you make something with art visually and music, like audibly, like at the time, and then it's done, and then when you move on, like that's what it is. Like I'm sure there wasn't something that like, I don't know, like Glenn Benton would have changed slightly differently on like the third Deicide album, or like
should have shit on Jesus harder in that lyric,
right? Like Jesus could have been like burned like faster, like like whatever it is. Like so,
really
never like
I took it a little too easy on Jesus. And
he got off easy on that fourth Deicide album. Like you know what I'm saying? Like there's always something that you could like tweak, but like in hindsight, like people say like, oh, I love that album, or oh, I love that demo, or whatever, and you're like, all right, cool, it was worth it. It's just like me in my head type stuff.
Yeah. Or you're like me and you're like, you do? What the fuck?
Really? No way.
No, it's like, you're wrong. It's not good. You know, I made it, but yes.
Like, here's my art. Be gentle with it. Oh, I like it. No, you don't. It's terrible.
Let me tell you why. Yeah.
Poser.
You're mistaken. That's terrible. Let me tell you. I have a laundry list of things that are wrong about that EP.
You have a couple hours for me to shit on my band in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm not crying.
But then you just sound like a dickhead. Like when someone's like, "Oh, I love your band," and you're like, "Oh, I don't love it." And
impossible.
It's like then you sound like an asshole. You
have terrible taste. Go away. Wait, buy a shirt.
Exactly. You say thank you. I appreciate the support, and then you move on, and then you do it slightly different or better on the next one, and that's how it goes.
Taking a compliment in general is like it's like this awkward transition for me. Like, oh, we really liked what you did here. Like, thank you. I did that.
So I have the like thing that's like you guys are like, oh, I love this. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But listen to this other band from this weird, awkward, dorky part of the East Coast that I know that you don't know. Like, listen to them. Don't listen to my shit. Listen to them. Like that's my like toxic trait.
If you like me, don't listen to something else better.
Please don't listen to me. Please don't listen to someone else.
What amazing!
And then I'm like, why is no one buying my merch?
Actually, they put that like the thing on the back of the shirt, like a list of all the bands you think you should be actually picking out this.
Yes.
It's a unique angle.
Exactly.
There might be a limit to self-deprecation there, though. Like, all right, we might have gone too far. They really don't like themselves.
I just cover the whole thing up with jokes. You know.
Exactly.
I mean, we're all guilty of that.
Yeah.
Hopefully it goes over well. Yeah.
That's most of my interactions with people. It's just like, hey, he just kind of cracks one-liners. Like, yeah, that's all I am. And pop culture references that you might not get unless you're my age.
Yep. I will be right back. Get another beer.
Did that dude just make a Fletch reference? Has anyone even seen that? Like,
yes, age. I love Fletch.
I do too.
Awesome. We should hang out more often because
Chevy Chase movies.
You what?
Said Fletch is one of my more favorite Chevy Chase movies.
Absolutely, Fletch. Dude, Fletch and Fletch Lives are perfect fucking movies. Yeah, they're both great.
Oh, dude, the one-liners. That's what. Actually, dude. I mean, One of my favorite movies was a giant fucking dud in terms of box office and almost fucking broke Dan Aykroyd. Nothing But Trouble.
Oh yeah, that's a weird one.
It's a weird fucking, but it's awesome.
I watched that a couple years ago. That is a fucking weird.
It was a Dan Aykroyd passion project, and what Chevy Chase kind of ruined it, just by being a dick. But yeah,
which I've heard he does a lot. Yeah, but man, in his prime, God, he was killing it, man.
Dude, the vacation movies.
Obviously, we just watched Christmas Vacation. You know what I mean? Dude, some of his shit in there, just his facial expressions and shit are just fucking. But he had like a shelf life that just didn't. It was pretty, short lived.
Can't see the line, can you, Russ? Nope.
Yeah. But dude, those Fletch movies were right in there, right in that little sweet spot.
Yeah.
They were perfect.
Dude, all the funny fucking names you would come up with. Yeah, Harry S. Truman. My parents were a big fan of the president.
John Cocktostone.
John Cocktostone. Oh, the steak sandwich and a steak sandwich.
Put it on the Underhills. What is that noise? We got more noise in here that's going. What are we listening
Joe,
to?
What are you doing? No, it's not Joe.
Is somebody doing laundry? Somebody's doing laundry.
Huh.
Are we getting like the background hum of all the radiation in the universe?
I think we might be Hal's.
I think it's Hal's. Oh. Is there maniacal laughter going on in the background?
Yeah.
Did his master plan unfold? And all before the new year.
I think he is doing laundry.
Maybe.
I need to do laundry. My dryer quit working.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yep. And
Of course it did. Planned obsolescence, man.
Yep.
They just sell us broken shit.
Well, his neighbors helped out with that, though.
My upstairs neighbors flooded something. I don't know if it's.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
I remember hearing about that.
That's pretty
Have
much.
you got any word back from fucking the landlord?
Nope. I even sent him pictures of the mold in the ceiling, and I haven't heard shit.
Well, time to set the building on fire.
Yep.
What?
So I will not be renewing my lease.
I don't
That
blame you.
sucks. You're gonna have to move all those CDs and records and that banana. That's gonna be annoying.
It's the banana that's going to be the problem child.
That's
He
the
looks like he's
easiest
gonna be a
thing to
problem.
move. He's going to sit on it and walk it right out of there.
Put the banana in his tailpipe.
He was spending too much time with this guy.
That's another good old one, man. Yeah.
Dude, I love those movies so much.
Did you watch that new one?
Yep,
Of course
I
I
watched
did.
it.
I liked
It.
Was it good?
It was
I liked
okay.
Because
Right.
3 was fucking awful, right? Because
Yep.
1 and 2 were perfect,
Yep.
and then 3
I
was really,
told you,
really bad.
John.
Actually,
So you're saying you're not a fan of Wonder World?
No.
Your
That
happiness
one doesn't
is
even
king?
count. It's the first two, and then it's kind of done for me. The new one, all right, the new one.
What are we looking at?
didn't need
Oh,
to be
yeah,
as
hey.
long as it was.
Oh, nice. Awesome, man.
Yep.
Axel F, dude.
It's like 2 hours long. He recycles a lot of jokes and then drags jokes out. And the chick that plays his daughter seems like she doesn't want to be there, which that might be her character, but also she sounds like she's like reading lines off of a fucking menu, like with that sort of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
So it kind
That's how I
of
thought. That's how I thought it was going to be. So I almost pressed play on it the other day, and then I was like, I don't think so.
I don't think it was that bad. I thought it was
I know.
pretty good.
because he conned me into watching it.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was better than anything else Eddie Murphy has done in the last decade.
All right, see, that's not like the biggest glowing because all right, dude, coming
so it's better
to
than
America.
Ghost Mansion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's already just like right over that one. I was like, no, that one didn't happen. We got a new one that's better. But yeah, the Coming to America sequel was bad. It was really bad. And what else has he done? I don't know. Like I said, there really hasn't been like a lot of like hot Eddie Murphy vehicles here lately.
I mean, like name one. I haven't.
I mean, I'll pass. Yeah, I just wondered.
Yeah, pass.
You brought it up. All right, but I asked about the new one. But yeah.
It was all right. It was okay. There was better stuff.
I'm sure. I know there is. I know that's
There definitely is. I promise you. There definitely is.
Like you could watch almost anything else, and it'd be like, you know what, that's maybe better than the new Beverly Hills Cop.
100%.
Well, hey, check this out. Should we talk about mostly just because I want to see what I should be putting in my feed to listen to in the next like week or so. But
how weird do you want to get?
Well, I'm just curious. Top 10, dude. Well, that's in my list too. That thing is fucking awesome.
See that record whooping ass.
These dudes apparently our buddy Jeff, Gas Mask and Hand Grenades. I told him like you have to check this band out, not only because they're from Pennsylvania, but they're right up your alley because I know you love like Blue Dot Sword and shit like that.
That's a sick release. Okay, so John and Nick, you actually again don't count because you already made content about your albums of the year. Several videos about content albums of the year.
Right.
But I'll let Scott dictate this one. How you want to?
Well, no, I was going to say that Jeff found out he got a hold of these guys, and they live literally 10 minutes away from his fucking house. So
no shit.
He's going to have them on his channel and possibly invite us on to chat with him because we've known these dudes for a while.
No shit. Which is crazy because that album is absolutely fucking feral, dude. It sounds.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that's fucking awesome. I see that kind of coincides with what I was saying earlier. Is like you don't hear an album like that very often, and so that's what always gets me. It's just like when I hear something like so fucking like wild and just unique. That's what like reels me in and gets me past that 20-second mark or whatever. You know?
Yep.
That album definitely did that. I had them on. I had them as number 8. So,
all right. So what do we want to do here? We want to do like top 10, top 5. How do we want to dictate it?
Honestly, I'm more curious because I mean, most people on the channel know what we have. I'm curious about what you guys got because, like, even when we were talking the last time, going over like the albums you had picked or like ones you were excited about, you guys turned me on to some stuff that I hadn't heard too. So I'm always
that's kind of what I was talking about. That's what I wanted to do because
pen and paper right here.
Yeah, because same. I was gonna save.
I have a notepad open on my other screen.
Yeah, all right. Sick. Okay.
You want to, Scott? You want to go first with your like what top 10 albums, or how do you want to do it?
Sure. All right. Yeah. I'll do. All right. All right. Fuck it. I'll go top 10, but then I got some. I got 2 honorable mentions. And I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm gonna butcher this name. I think. Yoth Aria. Do you guys have you heard that one? It has one of the dudes has like the bass player from Rotting Christ in it. It's like Yoth, Yoth, and then the next word is Iria.
That might be
okay.
I actually that sounds familiar now.
Like yeah. Blazing Inferno is
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's great. It's pretty good, and it has like a lot of weird shit in there that I'm not necessarily. I don't usually like. I don't know. Like he talks some of the lyrics a little bit, and it's kind of like, and he talks about like, I don't know, angels and demons and shit. Usually, I don't know. Sometimes that turns me off when they talk about it almost in this like overly dramatic way, which they do, but. The vocalist for some reason he has a really unique voice. It sounds like I don't know, like he drinks too much milk or some shit. I'm not sure, but
the art is sick.
You got them creamy vocals.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
The artwork on that one is fucking rad. I saw it. Yeah, but I saw it late in like as in like 3 or 4 weeks ago, late in the year. So I didn't get around to it, but I got that one on my to-do list. So
I didn't really get into it until kind of late. That's why I think that might be why it's kind of honorable mention or whatever. But I keep going back to it, and I'm like, man, this is fucking pretty good. Even though, like I said,
that one got brought up
beginning
of November. So it was a late release.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Another one, another honorable mention that kind of again I saved when it came out, and then kind of was like, this is fucking impressive, and then kind of forgot about it. And then lately I've been coming back to it is a band called Blasteroid, which is also kind of a weird pick for me because one, the name Blasteroid really turns me fucking off. And then
it's a Mastodon song.
Doesn't take much. Yeah, okay. And then also it's kind of like tech death, sort of. But right. Well, no, but okay, it's not right. Not necessarily my favorite fucking genre, but these fuckers do it really well, dude. The guy's vocals are fucking great. Like that album.
The art is also very, very, very sick. I love the artwork.
Yeah.
Crypts of the Mind.
Dude, that album is fucking
Crypts of Mind,
There's some classy parts in there, dude, where they stop and kind of.
What's the name of the record, Scott?
Crypts of Mind.
Yeah, Crypts of Mind. Yeah,
you got back-to-back Greek bands here too.
You know what that looks like? It looks like fucking Halo 3, the like desert map. That's what it looks like. That's what it reminds me of. That's very sick.
I'll take your word for it.
That's cool.
Now I can look.
Yeah. All right. So those are my 2 honorable mentions. So whatever. And then this one may seem a little biased, but that's okay. Mother of Graves.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that record's sick.
Really? Okay.
Dude, okay. Also, not necessarily a fucking genre that I really give a shit about. It's kind of like old Catatonia kind of style or whatever. Kind of real sad kind of death metal, but fuck, they do it so fucking
good. Old Peaceville shit?
Dude, the Peaceville Death Doom.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I fuck with that. Okay. Yeah. No, this one was on a lot. I think it was on.
It was on both of ours.
It was both your lists. Yeah. And I saw it, on some other lists, and I was like, damn, I didn't get. This was another one that I just should have got to, but didn't. Yeah. So dude, I'm gonna check that out.
Dude, throw it on when you're. I don't know, man. When you're. I don't know. Whatever.
It's a rainy day, gloomy, everything.
Yep. It's when you're in that point in life where you can't cry, but you really want to. Throw that on.
Thank you, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out.
That shit's good, right? Like I said, I know all those dudes and I have forever, and it seems a little, but if I take myself out of it, that fucking album is sick, dude. And they sell it, dude. It feels like they fucking mean it, dude.
Oh, dude, I love it.
Yep.
All right, and then you gotta mention what's happening. Oh, somebody going for a drive? What's happening? Does anybody else hear that?
It was like a background hum for a second.
Okay. All right, and then number 9, I think Skeletal Remains. That's kind of almost a give-in. That's almost. Goated. I mean, dude, that's just fucking quality death metal. I don't even know how to even describe it.
You know what's crazy is like we played. My band played with them in May on that Exhumed tour.
Yeah,
and I've seen them, I think 2 or 3 times.
Oh, well, we've seen them probably 10 times by now.
They're so we were again going back to Precision. They are so fucking tight, dude.
Yeah,
like incredibly tight. Like everything is performed like note to note, like no misses. 100% on Guitar Hero. Like everything is just so crisp, so clean, so tight. Like performed so well, and it's not easy stuff, and it's fast and it's heavy, and it's it's death metal, dude. It's so good. Yeah, really, really, and super nice guys too. Super nice guys.
Yeah, they're firing off on all levels. There's nothing fucking wrong with that album at all.
Nope, not a single thing. I think
instrumental on that album in particular.
Yeah, I think some people for some reason, and some of the folks I talked to were like, oh yeah, like I don't really care about them, and I'm like, you know what? It's not. They're not setting the world on fire. They're not like writing any like super crazy progressive new different things. It's like it's fucking death metal, dude. But it's death metal done to the highest degree. Like there's not a thing wrong with it, man.
But like there's something about it that just gets you fucking fired up. I think. I mean,
it's energetic.
Yeah, it's really energetic. A lot of times, I'll be listening to what could be possibly a quality death metal album, but it doesn't get my blood flowing or whatever. But that one.
And like I don't know if you guys listen to the Hard Lore podcast. I don't either, but they did a segment on there that was like best frontmen that are vocalists and guitarists, and there were all these names thrown around, and I put fucking Chris right up front because he's an insanely good lead player, man. Yeah. Everyone sleeps on his leads, and they're so good.
Oh, they're great.
Like, so good. And he's way underrated. Way underrated.
That always blows my mind too, man. I watch somebody sing and play guitar real well, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's another Mustaine thing too. I've seen Megadeth a handful of times, And I've watched him have trouble with the stage sound, and in the middle of a solo, just be like talking to the stage guy or whatever.
Yeah. Oh no, Chris is just like that. Like he'll be doing vocals, and then he'll rip into some fucking Wawa Azagoth solo, like just fucking crush. And people don't understand what's going on. I'm like, do you understand what you're seeing right now? Like this is so good.
Yeah, and then on the other side of that fucking coin, you see me playing a show. I'm only doing rhythm. I'm hitting open E, and I'm looking at the fucking thing the whole time, making sure I'm in the right fucking area. You know what I mean?
What's my tuning?
Well, sweaty, like, don't fuck up the fucking note. The fucking note.
Yeah, I don't know. People blow my mind with that shit. I'm right there with you, dude.
Yeah.
All right, number 8 was that Veil Burner album, the duality of decapitation and wisdom.
Yep.
That shit's fucking feral as fuck, unique as fuck. Yeah,
but it's also riffy, like because when it comes down like the weird atonal stuff, sometimes it's hard for me to get into. Like I know, fucking John gushed about the last Blood Osnorn. I thought it was cool, but it was like this isn't something I would listen to all the time.
I really like that stuff. If it's done correctly, it's like you got to give me something to sink my teeth into.
Yes.
But you know what I mean. But I
don't
also
overdo the
like
atmosphere. Like it doesn't feel like the atmosphere kind of takes over the songs. There's riffs, there's intricacy. It's really technical.
Yeah,
and they just fucking crush it.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. It's cool. They change it up when they need to change it up, and it's just it's really good. All right, and then the next few we don't even need to mention. Blood Incantation. Okay.
Yep.
It's fucking great. Everybody knows that. It's like
never heard of it.
It's a wash. You know what I mean? It's a wash. Nice job, kids. Nice job, guys.
It's my turn to suck this dick now.
It's like
I'm gonna
we can all.
I'm gonna pause and stop. I was bored as fuck with it.
Oh,
what?
Okay, I will say
I've so in a studio setting or a digital setting, I've always been bored as fuck with Blood Incantation, but great live.
Oh yeah,
dude, for sure.
Incredible live band. Like again, precision. Like everything's performed. It sounds just like it does on the album. It sounds great. I've seen them at MDF. I've seen them in small stages. It always sounds like a full grand production live. Like so, like grandiose, big, huge, awesome. I will never listen to Blood Incantation digitally, ever, forever, never. I'll never buy anything. I'll never stream it. What if they were playing in my town? I'd go see them.
Yeah,
that's my take on Blood Incantation. And I honestly tried to listen. I really did try several times to listen to the new album because it was like number one on so many year-end lists.
I bought it twice.
You bought the book version or whatever.
But dude, I was so snoozed by it. Like, it's so not my thing. But like in a live setting, if they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna play this album front to back," like you're gonna come see it, I'm like, "Yeah, I'll buy a ticket for fucking sure."
Yeah.
But that's just me. That's just me.
I really like it because I really do like it when people fuck with the formula. Like I say this a lot. We're talking about death metal, but like I always say that I really like when black metal bands get bored with black metal.
Yes.
So, which is kind of what that Veil Burner is. I really like that Dot Heimsgard shit. Dude, everything they've done, I've loved that shit.
That Dot Heimsgard. That's so good.
I really love shit like that. So the Blood Incantation was just kind of like
it's different.
For me, it was like, oh man, this is fun. This is fun for me. Although when I first heard it, I remember thinking to myself, like, it sounds like a DJ has a death metal album over here and a Pink Floyd album over here, and it's just going boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, I mean, but like everything they've done, like everything those guys have done has been like heat, man. Like the Blood Incantation stuff has been fire front to back. Like say what you will about it, I'll say what I will about it, like openly. But like that. The Spectral Voice stuff has been like fire front to back. Like everything there's not a thing they do that isn't bad. Like everything's on point. Like in what pocket it sits in is like different, but again, like
creative writers like that.
Right.
Yeah. And they did a lot of cool creative thing. They brought a lot of weird people into it, and they were like, dude, forget about death metal. Just write around this, and we'll, you know what I mean? We'll play around with it, which I think is kind of, I don't know. I think it's interesting. I love shit like that. I don't do stuff like that, but I wish I did. You know what I mean? And so I always find it. Always
I
find
know,
it.
but yeah, no, it's still good. It's still great, and there's it's not like one of those albums that. But so like my thing about it is like it's not for me, but
True.
I know why it's on your end list, and I appreciate it, and I respect it greatly. It's just not for me, and that's my and that's probably like the hot take of the year for me. But
I will say, you getting that excited about my black metal comment about black metal bands getting tired of being black metal or whatever, makes me excited to get on with the list because there's a few of them here that are fucking great.
All right, let's go.
So, number 6 was Judas Priest. I think we all can agree on that one.
Yes,
that was a fucking
that
great,
amazing.
God, it's fucking.
I didn't listen to that even a little bit, and I made a comment in the chat earlier that Priest is better than Sabbath, so I should listen to that.
All right.
Shit.
Yeah.
I said what I said, dude. I said
That's
what I said.
tough. I don't know if I can fully back you on that one. I don't know. Oh,
I'll hang with you, Hal, man, on that one.
Yeah. All right. I got that one in my playlist now. All right.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the black metal section of my thing, just because this is where they fell. Number 5 was, and I hope I'm saying this right too, is Mesotheist.
They're great.
There's an album called "Vessels by Which the Devil is Made Flesh" that came out this year. I think it's only like 4 songs, but they're all like fucking 12 and 18 minutes long.
Ugly ass artwork, dude. Perfect artwork. Oh my goodness.
And they sound just like them. They sound just fucking ugly and fucking tough and just fucking disgusting.
It's an old etching.
That album they put out in 2018, self-titled, fire. And honestly, forgot about them until just now. So got that one on my list too.
Check out that new one because it's sick as fuck all the way through. And
so good.
Yeah. Something about that dude's vocals or whatever, and I don't know.
Cool.
It's not like
I love that old school, like looks like it was painted in like the 1700s artwork. That's my if you do art like that, I'm gonna give you all my money. Like that's the sickest shit ever.
Yeah. So that shit was sick. Number 4 is like again, I hope I'm saying this. Strychnos. It's Strychnose. They have an album called Armageddon Patronage. And that's kind of along the same lines as that Mesotheist band. Like it's just like, it just sounds like fucking sort of in the black metal realm, but just fucking dirty, but with riffs, dude, where that you can sink your teeth into, but still kind of in that black metal realm,
I didn't see that. I don't think I saw either of Strychnos or Mesotheist on a single list this whole year.
Well,
not a single one. So I'm gonna definitely check them out.
I'm done right now.
Got another one, and this one is just it's called Malconfort, and the album is called Humanism. Oh shit! Okay, my headphones still working?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Malconfort, man, check that out because that is the epitome of what it's exactly what I'm fucking talking about when I say I like when black metal bands get tired of playing black metal and just fucking mess with the fucking formula. It's weird as fuck.
That looks weird as fuck, dude.
It's weird as fuck. It looks like the cover. It sounds like the cover looks.
I can't wait, dude. I can't wait to listen to that. That's sick.
It's weird. It's kind of jazzy in parts, and like it's just fucking off the wall, dude. It sounds like I know people say this a lot, but it sounds like mental patient shit, dude. Or it'll make you feel like
what does? I'm lost.
Malconfort.
Oh.
You're not taking notes, are you, John? You're disappointing everyone.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Yeah. So before we go any further, did you guys do shrooms before?
No.
Started?
No.
Because he left his
fucking bums. You said
he left his shrooms
we were
in my fridge, so he didn't have his.
Yeah. My friend's in his house, so I would.
And I thought about doing them, but I was like, but John.
Sounds like a lot of excuses to me. That's all I'm saying.
I was being nice.
We will. I promise. We'll do shrooms, and I'll have you back on the podcast, and you can just
fuck yeah.
You can deal with
babysit.
Yeah, I will gladly babysit. Look. All right, so that was number 4.
Giggling
What else
all
we got?
over.
Yeah, number 3 was that Mal Confort band. I can't. I mean, dude, if you like weird shit, I can't.
I do.
I can't.
love weird shit.
I cannot
I fucking love
recommend that
weird
shit.
music.
And dude, it'll hit you with weird immediately. Dude.
Oh,
You'll be like,
nice.
"What am I getting into?"
Yep,
It's so
that's
good.
some of my favorite music to listen to.
Yeah, well, get on that one because it's fucking sick, dude.
I will.
And then number 2 was a band called Hauntologist. They have
that one I heard get mentioned a bit.
Yeah, it's an album called Hollow, and it's I think it has at least 1 or 2 of the guys from that Migwa band, which is like a Polish. MGLA or whatever. Yeah, dude, that's like it's like cerebral black metal, dude. It's like it's not heavy on the fucking blast beats and shit like that. It's like, I don't know, dude. It just sounds like if like really smart people were making black metal, that's what, you know what I mean? Scientists or something.
You may get some angry black metal fans. You think we're dumb or something?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Wait, you can read?
Well, no, not that everybody's dumb. I'm just saying, like, these people might have like some PhDs in something or something.
I mean, I've heard this one get brought up a lot. It was a bit divisive with some because I heard they brought it up in terms of like their favorite year-end list stuff in the comments, and then someone instantly went in like, "Oh, fuck that Hauntologist album." Like, okay,
dude, it's so good. But I mean, whatever, teach their own or whatever. But that
black metal fans sometimes are.
Somebody's asking what that band was with the Rotting Christ. It was called Yoth Iria, I think.
Sorry.
Yothhiria. And like the singer's name is like He, like He.
Yep.
And then and then it's got like the bass player and like lyric writer of some of the old Rotting Christ albums or whatever. Yeah. Anyways, all right. And then my last one, number 1, was this band called Servant. Servant. And they dropped an album called Death Devil Magic, which if you haven't listened to them, they have 3 albums. And then, the last one came out this year. And I just found them this year. Dude, they sound like when Dimmu Borgir is or Dimmu Borgir. I'm not the best.
Who did that artwork? Do you know?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's pretty slick.
It definitely looks like something I'm going to like.
Yeah, but it's kind of I hesitate to call it symphonic black metal because it doesn't sound overly. I don't know. It doesn't sound like exactly like that to me necessarily, but it does sound like when Dimmu is at their best. You know what I mean?
Dude, I don't know if you've seen it. You probably have, but there's a live video from Ozfest in like 2007 or something like that, and they played like Kings of the Carnival Creation and like 2 other songs. It's like dude. And they had Vortex on vocals, and I send anybody who says I like Dimmu Borgir, regardless of whether they heard it or not, I immediately send them that video. I'm like, I don't care if you've heard this 10,000 times, watch it again. It's so fucking good. Like,
yeah, dude, fuck yeah. All right, yeah, I'll find it. All right, I'll find that.
You haven't seen it? Oh, I'm gonna find it.
I haven't seen it.
Brother! Oh, you're gonna learn it.
But those 2 albums back to back are like, I mean, that's some of my favorate shit ever. And this Servant band is fucking good at doing it, dude. I don't know. I had to order it from fucking somewhere.
They're from Germany.
So. Okay, yeah, there you go. So I'm not gonna see them anytime soon, probably.
Right, exactly. You get that album sometime mid-February.
Dude, so that new one is really good, but dude, their first album is fucking great, dude. It's so fucking good.
I just put in the chat. It's from 2004, dude.
Okay.
Fuck. Oh, it's so good. They did.
Yeah, I saw Ozfest that year.
Yep.
They played Progenies of the Great Apocalypse. It was like Satan pimp strutting his way into a room.
What a fucking fire lineup they had at that point, man. Jesus Christ.
If it sounds like because that's where I got into like doing Borger with like that run of albums, like
same.
Oh,
Puritanical,
Yep.
and then Death Cult. Those two back to back are fucking flawless, dude.
Oh, and fuck, what's the one before it? Fuck, one with Morning Final on it.
There's Spiritual Black Dimensions, right? And then there's the other one, the Enthroned
Darkness
Triumph. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude.
Those are all real good, but man, when they get riffy, when Galdar joins the mix, man, it's just like, damn, dude.
Dude, I'm excited for new old man's child.
I'm kind of excited for that. I'm curious. I'm curious to see what's going to go on.
I think you still got it.
We went on tour.
I think who knows? He might have been stockpiling riffs while Dimmu wasn't doing shit.
I think he was. My band went on tour last year with a local, like kind of proggy black metal band called IAT, and the guitarist Joe is a good friend of mine, and he was like, "Yeah, dude, you remind me of what's the guitarist name from Old Man's and Dimmu? What's his name?
Galdar.
He's like, yeah, dude, you gave me like Galdar vibes on stage." I was like, "Thank you."
She was like, "My mustache is better."
It's like that plus
painted over.
What's his name from Immolation vibes? Like that's what I'm going for on stage. Like
Rob, dude. That dude is so much fun to fucking watch.
Yeah.
Like if anyone's like, yeah, I'm in a good death metal band, or I've seen good death metal bands, and they haven't seen Immolation, they're wrong. Like Immolation is like
more to go.
Yeah.
Seeing Immolation is something else.
I can confidently say, and this might be a hot take, if I have my choice of death metal bands to see live, I'll take Immolation over Cannibal. I'll take Immolation over Suffocation too. And Suffocation is my favorite death metal band ever. I'll take Immolation live over Suffocation. Easy.
Okay.
I don't know if I don't know.
Easy, dude. When they played at Decibel Fest in Philly, it was leveling. They smoked everybody with ease, no question. It's not even a contest. It was performed so well. So like all the songs sounded just like they did on the album. It was not even a question. Cannibal live, you see videos now or see them live, they sound tired, they sound old. Suffo sounds great. I think Suffo's awesome. It's a bit of a rejuvenated lineup, which I'm a big fan of, but Immolation just like front to back just cooks everybody as far as death metal live. I think Obituary might be the only one that might kind of rival them, but Immolation.
What about Suffocation? What about Suffocation with Frank versus Immolation?
We're talking different time frames though. I'm talking about Immolation if they played in my house tomorrow.
If Immolation played in your house tomorrow, I'm coming over.
Not Suffo with Frank 10 years ago. That's the point I'm making. Suffo with Frank I saw once. It was on the Farewell tour. It wasn't in Frank's heyday. I'm talking Immolation as of like last year or a year or two ago in Philly or whatever it was. Compared to Suffocation or Cannibal or anybody at that point, I think Immolation and Obituary still have two of the best live death metal band performances you'll ever see. Easy.
I mean, bands have never been disappointed by a live show. Like, yeah, Immolation's kind of like near the top list. I would still say Dying Fetus contends. Never seen a bad Dying Fetus set.
Nope, I agree with that.
Misery Index.
And Incantation every time, like if I don't feel like I'm being dragged down to hell with those just sick, gross, fucking doomy breakdowns, then they miss. But I get that feeling every time. So
do you want to talk about hot take death metal? I have my hot take death metal list if you want that.
All right.
Oh, okay. Well, what you want to go over your favorites, or you want to go over?
All right, let me go over my year-end list this year, and then I'll talk about my bands that everyone likes that I don't like list. Okay.
So I gotta piss so fucking bad. But go ahead, you can start it. I'll be back and catch me up.
All right. So from the bottom. So again, preface: I didn't listen to everything that a lot of people listened to this year. you met Scott. You mentioned albums I've never heard ever, even a little bit in anyone's list. So that's on my list to listen to. And
that's why I like hanging out with Scott, because he every time we have Scott on a stream, he mentions bands, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh yeah, totally. I love it. Yeah.
Yep.
And John and Nick, I watched all your year-end videos, and you had stuff on there that I never heard or maybe heard of but didn't listen to, and so keep that in mind. But okay, so starting number 10 best albums, I have Excantation, Fleeting in Its Grandeur. It's a funeral doom band from
Excantation.
Excantation. I will post it in the chat. It's a funeral doom band from Texas. I don't think they play live. I think it's studio only. It's members of they've been like the two guys that do it are like they either were in or are in Flesh Consumed and like Lord of Fly. I think it's called Lord of Flies or something like that. Like they're all in, but like if you look up the band on Metal Archives, they're both in a gazillion bands, but it's like a studio only project. I've been a fan of theirs from their previous two albums that they put out some years ago. And this came out completely, there was like no promotion about it, no hype about it. It just like dropped and it ended up on my Spotify. It's really good. It's like 2 songs, just really, really good, like kind of melodic, almost like Mournful Congregation sounding funeral doom, which I'm a big fan of. I know funeral doom is like a bit of a divisive thing for some people, but I really, really liked it. So Excantation, Fleeting in Its Grandeur, number 10. Number 9, I put Spectral Wound, Songs of Blood and Mire. That ended up on a lot of people's list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, John, say what you will, Nick, say what you will, but when we saw him at MDF, Spectral Wound play the same stage, I think a set or 2 apart from 1349.
Yeah.
Cooked 1349. No question.
I agree.
Spectral Wound had a way better show.
Nasty.
So good.
Their
like
set was nasty.
It was fun. It was fast. It was rock and roll. I love that like rock and roll black metal type thing. I fucking love that. It's so good. And I thought 1349 was boring as fuck. I think they smoked 1349, and I didn't think that was what most people thought going in.
I don't know. I was just happy to see 1349 because I'd never seen 1349. So
me too. But I was like, man, they got like 2 songs in, and I was like, man, it sounds muddy. It sounds messy and sloppy. And Spectral Wound was like locked in, man. So Spectral Wound, number 9. Number 8, Upon Stone, Dead Mother Moon. I saw them at Decibel in Denver. Great set. It's a very, very fun, refreshing sound that not a lot of people are doing. That like old, like melodic at the gate sound is performed really, really, really well.
What is it called?
Upon Stone is the band, and the album's called Dead Mother Moon.
There it is. All right, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guitarist is in. He's in a couple other bands. He's in Momentum and was the singer of. What was the hardcore band he was singing of? Oh, Vamakara. He sung in a hardcore band called Vamakara. That was really, really good. But yeah, they crushed. It's like very much like at the gates type sounding melodic death metal. I think they played a cover of what's the one at the gate song off that first album they put out? I don't know, whatever their like most known song is. They did a cover of that in Denver, which is really, really cool. Number 7 is this band called Gaoled, Gaoled. It's called Bestial Hardcore. It's definitely more in the hardcore realm, but it's like kind of really like think about like Antichrist Seeds Machine or some of those like war metal-ish bands mixed with like nasty like metallic hardcore. I thought it was just really refreshing and different. It was like very much of a like raw production. It was heavy. It was fast. It was mean. The vocals had this weird like a really cool vocal production about it. And as far as whether you go like bestial sounding, like any type of like production. It was just like raw and refreshing, and I don't know. I just get tired of like the like overproduced kind of sounding stuff. Yeah, and it was just really like raw and like true, and I don't know, just like demo sounding, and it was really, really good. I really, really liked it. So,
what was that called again?
It was Gaold, Gaoled. Beast. It's got the release is called Bestial Hardcore.
Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, yeah. Yep.
Bestial Hardcore.
On it. Word up. All right.
So that was a fun one. This one ended up on number 6. Ended up on a lot of other people's lists. Aberration, Demonolatry. That is probably some of the sickest shit I've heard. I would have put it in number 1. There was just some other ones that really kind of jumped to the top of my list. So that one's like, think about like Altars era Morbid Angel mixed with like old, like straight to the bones Marduk, like blackened death metal. It's super like, I don't know, just like, again, like raw, nasty, to the point, no frills, no thrills. Like it's just mean and nasty, dude. It's fast. It's ugly.
What is it?
Raw. The Aberration album, that Demonolatry.
Oh yeah.
I saw them.
They
were in Heavy Hell.
Yeah, I listened to them a little bit when it came out, but I didn't give it the time it deserves. I think so.
Dude, it's 100% worth your time.
I like that album.
You got members of this band.
Yep.
Nothingness.
Yeah.
We're
cool.
also in Heavy Hell.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, Nothingness. Yeah, cool. Sick.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that one was really that was one of the ones I listened to, and of the few things I listened to this year, that one was like, man, that one fucking, like, it reminds me of like when we're on like those like weekender runs and like, all right, what do we all want to listen to? We'll throw on like Altars of Madness or like old Dark Funeral, old Marduk and shit, and we're just fucking going, and it's like they hit that bomb blast, like going, and it was a really, really fun listen. So I like that one. Number 5, this band I didn't really see get talked about a lot, and I think it's maybe to some it might be like a little bit of a like mid-release, but this band called Time Lurker, they put out an album called Emprise. It's black metal. I call it howly black metal. Like the vocals might be a little bit divisive. They're a little bit like whiny, like kind of like maybe that like suicidal black metal type.
Oh yeah.
sound.
Yeah. Depressive, suicidal shit. I gave this a try too. But also didn't give it that much of a chance. So yeah, I'll revisit that too.
Yeah, I don't know. I maybe it was just like the mindset that I was in when I first saw it, but I really like the artwork. It's kind of dark, and it kind of reminds me of like that old Dragged Into Sunlight artwork from like one of their more like popular albums, like kind of like just really like kind of ugly, and you listen to it and it just puts you in a bad mood. But like maybe that was just in the time frame, like maybe that was the kind of the mood I was in. That was what I wanted to listen to. But yeah, I really liked it. I found myself going back to it at least a handful of times. They're from somewhere in Europe, and they have some vinyl up for sale. I'd really like to buy it, but it's really expensive. But yeah, I really like that one, and I didn't see that one on a lot of year-end lists, but that one was on mine.
Do you like a lot of shit like that, like old Bethlehem and or like Silencer? You ever heard that shit?
No, I really don't. I really don't at all, and that was kind of what surprised me. But in listening to it, I don't know. I just really like the music, and like front to back, it was just kind of a one fluid flow. It had a good flow to the album. Like if you turn it on and you're in that mindset to listen to something like that, it's a good like front to back, like 30 minutes of listening. Like you know, the vocals might be, again, like you might get turned off by it, and I get that, but you know, at the time I was like, man, I kind of like this, and I like the mood that it puts me in. So yeah, Time Lurker, Emprise was my number 5. This one ended up on a lot of year-end lists, maybe not by like metal people, but crippling alcoholism with
dude.
Yeah, but with Love from a Padded Room, I really, really like that one. Yeah, as I'm drinking my like 9th beer of the day.
Perfect ambiance.
This is my 3rd beer. This is the first time I've had more than a sip of beer in like 5 years. So
hell yeah, brother.
Crippling alcoholism is the name of the town I grew up in.
yeah, right. So it's kind of an interesting listen. It's like in an interview or review of the album, someone described it as David Bowie and Hell. It's really like kind of dark, poppy. It's kind of it's uncomfortable. Like the whole time you listen to it, even in some of the more upbeat songs, it's really, really just kind of ugly and uncomfortable. And I don't really have any other better way to describe it. It's not metal. Like there's no blast beats, there's no growls.
Yeah.
But the guys in messaging some of the guys on their Instagram page, I kind of wanted to book them in Philly. They're like, yeah, we all used to be a metal band, so we like kind of the darker nature of music, but we just kind of want to do something different. And this one got a lot of good kind of feedback among other listeners and stuff. But yeah, it's just like you have to sit down and be ready for it. Like sit down, like plan an hour, like pour a beer, like smoke a bowl, like whatever you want to do, and just listen to it. And it's quite the uncomfortable listen, but I really, really liked it. And there was really no other albums this year that I listened to that gave me that same feeling within the metal realm, and this was outside of that gave me that feeling. So that's why it ended up on my year-end list. So
it's agreed. It's very unique for sure.
Yeah. Very, very, very different, and it'll be like, oh, what is that? And then you'll listen to something and you're like, oh, what is that? Like that? Oh, that's a weird sound. Like I haven't heard that in a while. And like
I wrote it down immediately.
Yeah. No, it's very, very, very strange, but okay, so my number 3 was that Teeth album, The Will of Hate. I know John and Nick both talked about that one. Very, very great band. Like really, really kind of crushing, like Gorgutsy style death metal, but a little bit more stripped down. Like
I love that band so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have all of their. I think I have, other than their splits, I have all of their releases on vinyl. They're on Translation Lost. Translation Lost does an amazing job with all their vinyl packages. Everything sounds great, looks great, feels great. Really, really, really great band. And honestly, before I even heard a single song of this band, they announced the pre-order, and it was an immediate pre-order, no question, no without.
You were the one that reminded me of that release. I forgot. I didn't even know they released something, and then you and I were talking. You were like, "Did you hear that Teeth?" And I was like, "What?"
It snuck up on me too. Like I don't know what I was expecting, but like some albums you hear and they're like, oh, I know a new Cannibal Corpse album is coming, or like, oh, I know Obituary is putting out a new album this year. Like I'm just kind of waiting for it to come. And, oh, there it is. Like that one was one that kind of like popped up on my radar, and I was like, oh fuck, Teeth is putting something out. I'm waiting.
I knew they were jamming because they had like random just posts on Instagram of them jamming in the studio, and I was like, "Sweet, it's coming."
Yeah. And it kind of took me by surprise, and they put that out, and then it was a great album. And I have it on vinyl, and I still really feel like I haven't given it enough listens. But yeah, great band. I would love to book them on the East Coast or see them. I think I'm actually. When I'm in the West Coast, January through March, I think they're playing LA at some point. I'm going to probably go see them. So it'd be really, really cool. But
sweet.
So that was Teeth, The Will of Hate was my number 3. Number 2, and these last 2 albums might not be everyone's favorite, but they were 2 albums that I found myself, the whole basis of what I made my top 10 about was like, what albums did I keep going back to throughout the year? Like, what did I listen to the most? Like, regardless of what everyone else's lists were, whatever else was like good, what did I keep listening to for reasons or another? Number 2 was The Last 10 Seconds of Life, No Name Graves. They're a beatdown band, like beatdown deathcore-ish band from Pittsburgh, but they had a singer change in between the last album and this one, and their vocalist is really, 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 really unique. Like I could listen to him and be like, oh, that's that's this guy.
I got a PTO.
His vocals were very like varied and unique, and he's got a huge range. And you know, it might not be for everybody, especially in the people who are listening to this, but it was something that I really, really liked. Guest vote. They had Devin from Sanguisugabog do a guest vocal. They had Ricky from Suffocation do a guest vocal spot. I thought the songs were just catchy, like fun to listen to, like heavy, crushing, like great for the gym. And I kept finding myself going back to listening to that stuff. And I listened to, in my younger years, a lot of like, you know, deathcore and like deathcore adjacent things. And that kind of like suit that fit. And it's not like boring traditional-ish like Juga deathcore like it is, but it's not. Like it's got some riffs, it's got some leads and solos, and I don't know, it's just the songs are really, really cool, and I really, really like them. So
I heard like a lot of good things about that one, like people were bringing up, but I skipped it because the last one wasn't good. I did not like that one at all.
Yeah, and like and what was there? They have what was the album they like last? What's their one album? Soulless Hymns they put out in 2015. I thought it was a great album. I really, really liked it. It was again fun, catchy, heavy. I'll agree. I think the last the self-titled album they put out in 2022 I didn't love. Machina Non Grata in 2019 there was like 2 good songs on there. I didn't really like the rest, but this one was like, again, like I kept going, listening to it front to back, no skips. I really, really enjoyed it. So that was my number 2. And then my number 1, and like, again, like take it for granted. Like I didn't listen to probably as much as some that I should have this year, but one I listened to a lot of, maybe also because of the length of it, was Weeping, Spiritual Barbarism. It's a band from New Jersey. The members in the band have been in several other past bands, but this is like a death metal, like a really fast, hyper violent death metal kind of. All the songs are really short, kind of power violence-y, like borderline. Theo, the singer, his vocals are very, very unique. They kind of stand out. Like you can always, like if you hear it, it's like, oh, that's Theo. But it's just it's a short listen. Like it comes through, it kicks you in the nut. Yeah. I mean, like really, really fat. Like comes through, kicks you in the nuts, and leaves, and then comes back for more. Like everything is really heavy, fast, mean, tough. Like there's some like kind of breakdowny parts, crushing. I don't know. It's just I really, really liked it. I think it's everything that an album should be. Like, unless you're trying to go for like an exhaustive, intensive listen, right? If you put out an hour long, like progressive black metal album, like what kind of people you want to listen to it. Like you want the people who are going to sit down and like dissect it and stuff. This is just like, okay, riffs, blast beats, screams, growl vocals, and like breakdowns and throwdown. And I want you to mosh to it, and I want you to kill each other, and that's it. And then come do it again 14 minutes later.
See that Barstool, rip it from the fucking ground with your bare hands.
Yes. Yeah. And that was the whole thing about it. And, Theo, he sings and plays guitar too, which I find very impressive live from any performer. So,
dope.
I have that one on tape. Great release. I think it was like it ended up on a lot of people's lists. Some people I think maybe were turned off by the production or maybe the style of music, but I thought it was a really, really again, like I'm talking about like listenability, like things I went back to multiple times. I thought it was really, really fun. So Weeping, Spiritual Barbarism was my number 1. So
hey, I hate to, it feels rude to bow out now, but my wife's waiting for me to celebrate here. So I gotta dip out on you guys. But dude, this has been super fun. I love
it's good seeing you again, man.
Love joining in with you guys, man. And Hal, dude, super nice meeting you and talking back and forth.
Dude.
Whatever. I took hella notes on your list, dude. So
I got like 10 more than 10 new bands to check out.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a whole hell of a lot of them. So this was fucking fun as fuck,
Cool,
guys.
man.
But yeah, I got a
Well, happy New Year to you, man.
Yeah, right on, man. Happy New Year, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Super,
Yep.
super good talking to you guys.
We'll see you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
See
Later, brother.
you guys.
Peace.
All right. Well, I got if you guys want, I got a few more for you.
All right.
I got I divided my stuff off to a best EPs and a best demos list as well.
Ooh.
All right, so best EPs. We'll start bottom and top. I got Legion, Fortress of Thorns. Legion was an older deathcore band that kind of popped up out of nowhere, and just had a really fun, enjoyable listen. It's like kind of traditional sounding deathcore. His songs were catchy. I kept finding myself going back to that, so that was my number 5. Number 4 was and I put splits in here as well. The Tribal Gaze Dead Body split.
Oh yeah,
That's
dude.
number 4.
That was great. Hold on, I got
Love that one.
Yeah.
I think Twitching on the Cross was probably top 5 songs of the year. Love that one.
I don't think that one did they do a CD for that one?
I think was it Closed Casket? They did a vinyl for the whole release. They did a Tribal Gaze side and a Dead Body side or something like that. They did a multi-package release for that one, I believe.
Yeah. I remember saying, I was like, man, I don't collect vinyl though. Fuck.
Yeah. CD, I don't know whether they did or not. I'm not sure. But the Tribal Gaze side was sick. The Dead Body side was also really, really cool. Got a buddy of mine who kind of has a knock against Dead Body. He's like, yeah, it's like wannabe Ripping Corpse, but yeah, it's good though. I don't know. It's heavy.
That's want to be Ripping Corpse though. That's a very specific fucking band right there. I could do with more Ripping Corpse worship.
Yeah, I think his qualm is yeah, it does Ripping Corpse worship, but not as good as Ripping Corpse, and it's they try and incorporate too much not Ripping Corpse stuff in. I'm like, yeah, let them do the thing. Whatever. It's better than more knockoff, XYZ bands. So that was number 4. Number 3, Goetia, Tomb Essence.
Dude, I have that one. That was killer. I mean,
yeah.
Dude, very, very exhumed. It's just got that fucking snarly, mean, rotten fucking vibe.
That's funny you say exhumed, because I think I was trying to describe the band to someone at some point, and I was like, yeah, it's Altars Morbid Angel-ish era, fast, kind of blasty, thrashy death metal, but I didn't know, yeah, exhumed is kind of in line with what kind of completes that. But yeah, I've booked them. We booked them in Philly with Altars, and they're coming through next month again with Defense Wound and Ritual Fog, and we're booking them in Philly on that package too. So yeah, great bill. But yeah, great guys, super talented musicians, and great EP this year.
Their drummer actually at MDF gave me a copy of their first one on tape because he recognized me from the channel.
Cool.
Yeah, and I told him, I was like, dude, I hate tapes, but if I like this, there's more than likely a chance I will buy it on CD. And luckily they reprinted the first one, so I got both. I was like, yes.
Yeah, he's a great guy. They're all super nice, super great people. So that was my number 3 EP. Number 2 was Cirrus, was the band I mentioned earlier, the black metal band from Atlanta, Black Magic Ecstasy. They were on Cult Nation's top 10 black metal releases of the year. Just super riffy black metal, just kind of I think about goat horror, but even a little bit more stripped down. Very, very good. And then I think I may have said this one on the last time I was on the podcast, but Cavern Womb, Stages of Infinity is my EP of the year, without question.
I was close to making my list. I just thought there's a lot of Blood Incantation overlap with that one. I think they do it really well.
Yeah,
it was a little all over the place for me in some spots, but overall, that's a good fucking start right there for that.
Yeah,
band.
man. Yeah,
I'm down for whatever they release. Yeah,
really, really good guys. Booked them a few times in Philly. seeing them live kind of, I think, gave me a bit of a different perspective listening to it, and then seeing it live. Like, again, same thing as Blood Incantation. Like, am I going to listen to Cavern Womb every day on Spotify? No. But am I going to go see them every time they play in Philly? Absolutely. They played super well. They're really, really great guys. And I thought the music, as far as their counterparts in the city and regionally, they're doing something unique and different, and that was something that I really got impressed by. So that was my EP of the year.
Cavern Womb, John. You should check them out.
Cavern Womb.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then finally, my best demos of the year. It's a very short list. It's a very diverse list, but we'll go. I have 4. My number 4 was Gutting, the Gutting demo that came out this year. So that's Ricky from Suffocation did vocals, and the drummer from Sanguisugafog did drums on it. I don't know who else played guitar, but it's kind of like a brutal death metal release. It's like slammy, kind of groovy. I thought Ricky's vocals on there were probably some of the nastiest that I heard all year. That's, I believe, on New Standard Elite, so that's Gutting. A lesser talked about demo that I really didn't hear anyone talk about it at all was a band called Imperishable. That's a side project of Brian Kingsland, who
Nile.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whether he is still in Nile or used to be in Nile, but that's a side project of his. It's a bit Nile sounding, maybe a bit more like Behemoth Demigod adjacent sounding. But I really enjoyed that one as far as demos goes. Mistress is a doom band from the Northeast. Mark Whelan of Fuming Mouth is in that band. It's like good fun. There's a I don't know the singer's name, but it's a female fronted singer. She sings in that band, and it was a fun demo release. Kind of it's a bit sounding like Windhand. It gave me Windhand vibes. Maybe a bit more simple than some of the operatic stuff that Windhand has done, but kind of gave me those vibes. And then my demo of the year was a band called Fatal Realm, which also has my riff of the year in the song called The Gift. Fatal Realm is a project of the guitarist of a hardcore band called Mind Force and 2 members from a band called Age of Apocalypse. So it's a 3-piece band. It's like, I don't know, you could call it deathcore, but a little bit more in an old school sense. It's like riffy, kind of heavy, fast, deathcore stuff with some breakdowns. There's some death metal parts. I don't know. Think of a like super stripped down, like Malevolent Creation mixed with like Marauder type sounding stuff. I don't know if that's really up your guys' alley, but that was I listened to that. I listened to that thing probably a gazillion times this year. It's a really simple production, straightforward. They just played in the city a couple weeks ago, and I went to go see them. They crushed. It was great. But yeah, The Gift on that demo is my riff of the year as well. So that's also my demo of the year by Fatal Realm. So that's my.
You said your riff of the year is on there too?
Riff of the year, easy.
All right.
Come on. We're trying to. Oh, shit. We missed it. I was trying to fucking find the countdown. Happy New Year, guys.
It's Happy New Year's. All right.
Hey.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I was like trying to find that shit.
So
I get cute by people shooting off fireworks because we've been doing it for the last fucking hour.
I know they've been doing the same thing on my end too. I've been listening to. There's a high school like around the corner from me, and like another couple of schools and fields and stuff, and they've been shooting shit off for like the last probably 2 hours. So
I hear it now.
Oh, I hear it big time.
It's going off crazy. So I don't know. I hope we shared some stuff that you guys haven't heard. But
dude, like I said, I have a whole list.
Tons. Always.
Great. Good
Oh
shit.
yeah, dude, I got a giant list of shit.
Yeah,
Happy New Year, everyone. Another
New
year of Thralls is
everybody.
now in the works.
Right?
I didn't know
Entering our
how many to
seventh year.
put on my year end list. I have another 10 on my honorable mentions. We talked about some of them already, but maybe I'll pick 3. There's 3 that I kind of wanted to mention that I didn't know if anyone knew. In no order, Submerged, Tortured at the Depths. That's on New Standard Elite. West Coast brutal death metal, American Discordy sounding brutal death metal.
All right.
So that's Submerged. Tortured at the Depths is like a greenish album cover. A very, very good band. Very, very young band. Like very young band. Very, very kind of excited to see what they do. And then I think both of these were on iVoid Hanger. I know this one was Thanatotherion Alienation Manifesto.
Don't know that one. It's a hell of a name.
I'll put it in the chat. It's very kind of skronky, anxiety inducing, like black death metal. It was a weird release, but that's kind of what you get from iVoid Hanger. It's like
Jesus. That's a hell of an album cover too.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an uncomfortable listen. But yeah, I was kind of impressed by that one. And then the other one was Sidarian, Spilling the Astral Chalice. I saw that pop on a few people's lists, but not on a lot. And I liked that one as well. That one came recommended of Brandon from Altars out of Australia. He likes that one. But yeah, that was a good release. Like again, like a refreshing, interesting release. And then the rest of everything that was on my honorable mentions was stuff most people kind of talked about already. So
Spilling the Astral Chalice. There you go. I found it. All right.
Yeah. Those two are both like
from Slovenia. Wow.
Kind of buckle up and sit down for them type releases. So
all right, I'll make sure I write that one down. That one sounds interesting. Edge Circle. Yeah, Edge Circle puts out some good stuff.
Yeah.
And their CDs. That warms my heart.
He's a CD boy. He likes
I'm a basic CD pleb. Proud.
That's cool, man. You're like one of the few. Like there's not many people that are like, I mean, personally, like I've kind of gotten into CDs a little bit more in recent years, but I'm not. If I had my choice, I'm going to buy vinyl if you've got it. But if you don't, I'll buy a CD or a tape. But yeah, CDs are cool.
What's up, Greg?
Hey, Greg. Happy New Year, buddy.
So yeah, ran into him at Philly when we went to the Metal and Beer Fest last year. Now you can make those jokes. Yeah.
You guys going this year?
Man, I'm thinking about it, dude, because like Exodus and fucking Dismember. Hell, I'm even stoked for the fucking Darkest Hour set, dude. I love Undoing Ruin.
Yeah, I'm on the fence because we saw Dismember at MDF, and the rest of the lineup is good. I've seen and played with some of the other lineup before. Like I booked them all before. We played with Unholy Altar. Like we've seen like a lot of the bands we've seen before, but I really want to see Demolition Hammer too.
Dude, yes.
Yeah, I got to see. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see like how busy I am with work, but yeah, if you guys are in town, regardless, hit me up for sure. We'll hang out either before and or after the show.
Yeah, man, 100%.
I gotta take you to so they opened a new the old Voltage Lounge in Philly. It's an old venue that a lot of people played at, and I played at before too. Closed during COVID. They reopened it maybe a month ago. It's called Doom now. It's it's just a bar, but it's in the old Voltage Lounge. It's an old venue, and they have like cool like painted glass up and very like I have a bunch of like heavy metal adjacent artwork up on the walls. They have records and stuff to look at, and it's very, very cool. I think they're Doom Bar or Doom.bar on Instagram. But they have the beer that my band Blasphemous brewed with a local brewery on tap there at the bar too. So it's a cool spot to hang out. So, and they're open. I think they're trying to be like a late night bar. So like after a show, you go there afterwards. So
all right.
Yeah, it's like right beside the old Electric Factory, what is now the Franklin Music Hall. So literally right beside it. So a show ends there, you just like stumble over to Doom Bar and hang out and chill and drink the rest of the night away. So I'm trying to like for the shows that we booked this year to like, okay, cool, like your band did a good show, like here's your money, like let's go hang out at Doom after. So it's like toward what I think they're trying to go for, but. Nice. Yeah, if you're in town, it's definitely worth the trip. So
I definitely want to do some more Philly trips because I only got to check out like one record store when I was out there. Well, yeah, we were on kind of like a tighter schedule just because I was with my brother-in-law and he had other stuff too, but he had time to do that. But we had to like essentially like catch a fucking red-eye flight there and a red-eye flight back.
Where'd you go?
That was the one in April this year.
Which record store did you go to?
Oh fuck! It's shit. Rick or Jeff knows the name of it. Vinyl Altar, and unfortunately, it closed.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't because I only packed like a carry-on. I didn't get anything because I didn't want to overload. But Rick was kind enough to. It's in any video that I shoot here. My picture of Prong. It's like the old promo shot from.
Cool.
I think it's from fucking Cleansing, which is like the album that got me into Prong.
Nice.
So
there's this one called Creep Records. They have 2 locations. They've got some really good stuff there as well. They were booking shows at the record store on and off for the past couple of years, but between switching locations and then like. I think getting like shut down by neighbors. It's like sometimes they can do loud stuff and then they're canceled for a while and then they come back and then so. But yeah, they're definitely a cool record store too. So yeah, there's no shortage in the city if you're in town. But yeah, if you're ever out this way, hit me up and I'd be if I'm in town, I'd be glad to meet up with you guys and hang out and chill and go bounce around the city.
Dude.
Yeah, dude, We'll figure that out. We'll
are you going to MDF?
What's that?
MDF this year? No. I'm trying to be a good boy next year and save some money for a home.
That's so responsible.
Yeah, a little bit tired.
You and your responsibility, Hal.
Yeah, I know. A little bit tired of renting, so gonna try and keep it a little bit more low key next year. I was even kind of on the fence about going to Decibel in April, but it's like I've been going for a bunch of years and I could probably even like bump a ticket off of someone. So I'll more than likely I'll end up going.
Get out of there.
But if not, if you guys are in town and you go again, hit me up. Even if I don't go to Fest, we can hang out at Doom or somewhere else before and or after. So
we still need to like get flights and book hotels and such for MDF. So that the Metal and Beer Fest, unfortunately, it's still on the cusp. Like, all right, because I know that's going to be fucking expensive too.
Yeah, MDF. I think if I go to MDF, it'll just be for a day. I'm not going to do all 5 days again. That was just just a lot.
It was amazing.
It was great. I mean, it was great. I had a really good time. But the fact that I watched 2 Bloodbath songs and left showed how tired I was by the time of that festival. By the time they played in the fest, I was just like, I should have sat through this the entire time, but I was so exhausted and my feet were so swollen from all the salt that I ate. I was just was so cooked.
Yep. I get it.
God.
I get it. By
Yeah,
like
so-
day 2 of MDF, I'm like, man.
Oh, dude, we had a big old thing of fucking Advil that we were just like, give me more.
Yeah, I think I'll pick like either a Friday or Saturday date. I don't know which one yet. And I'll like look at the lineup for the weekend
I
and
was just
see.
looking at it the other night. Hold on 1 second here. I can find it for you. Because the Friday or the Saturday lineup that's just stupid stacked.
Ow. Ow.
Let me see here. Where are you? There it is.
Come here.
Oh, come on. Is that it? Or is that? Hold on. I found a better one than this one. Why is this one so fucking shitty when it comes down to the quality of the picture? Hold on here.
Let's see.
No. Friday is the stack day.
Is it?
Power Plant is Obituary, Ace Fix Tankard, Benediction, Lick, Blood Red Throne,
Jesus.
Atrophy, and why is that one so damn close?
Oh fuck! Norgello's playing on Friday. Fuck. Skepticism, Gorgasm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if I go, it'll probably just be Friday and then like maybe Saturday. Triptychon's playing Saturday. That's sick. Yeah, it'll be like a Friday, Saturday thing if I go at all. But I'll see how things look at that point. But the Friday lineup is definitely sick. I've been wanting to see. I think Benediction is a way underrated death metal band among their peers. Norgello is an underrated black metal band among their peers. Gorgasm is sick. Abraded is sick. Saturday lineup is sick too. Hyrax.
Yeah, well, they're a recent ad because Sadist dropped out for
Father to Be Fouled is playing. My label mates. I saw them at MDF a bunch of years ago, 2018.
I talk to Justin every now and then.
Good guys.
He didn't like all the incantation comparisons initially. He's like, yeah, but I mean, it's not like we're saying it's bad. But yeah, he's a solid dude. I love that last EP, that Immaculate Pain EP they dropped.
Yeah, it's fucking sick, man. It's very cool.
That EP is gross.
Really, really good. Yeah, the Saturday lineup is sick too that they're playing. Their Wormed is on there. General Surgery.
Dragged Up in the Sunlight should still be on there too.
Mephitic Corpse. Yep. Dragged in the Sunlight. Holder plays a great live show too, man. Fucking black metal. Yeah. So So I think if I go, it'll be like a drive down Friday, hang out, stay Friday night and Saturday, and then like leave maybe Sunday morning, do like Friday and Saturday or something like that. But I'll have to see if they offer a ticket package that allows that. I don't even know how they do that anymore because I've either gone for like the whole weekend or I don't go at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've always done the 4-day thing too. Well, actually, no, this will be the first time we actually bought tickets for the pre-fest.
Yeah.
Because
you guys are actually you're definitely going this year, or
100%.
We got our tickets.
Yep, we've had our tickets.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
The whole weekend, or
the whole thing, like pre-fest and everything.
And beyond. So we're gonna probably fly in Tuesday and then leave Monday.
Dude, that Wednesday, that pre-fest is sick too, man.
I can't wait.
I'm stoked to see Tribulation Unto Others. Fucking Cancer. Oh,
Yep.
Molested Divinity is not to be slept on either. Great brutal death band from I think Turkey.
I don't know if I've checked them out yet, but I mean, they're all
definitely do, man. Yeah, if you're into like that old school, like I call it the Mediterranean brutal death metal, like Inveracity, Gorgutsy type, or Gorgasm, like Sepulchral Gorge type sounding stuff, like Molested Divinity is definitely for you. Thursday's great too. My homies in Bloodsport are playing on Thursday. Definitely don't miss them.
Oh no, that band's awesome. I've had their stuff for a while.
That's the boys.
That split they were on.
Oh yeah, it was with
Parallax Exclusion?
maybe, yeah. Those guys are in a bunch of different bands too. They're in Bone. The drummer plays in Bone Weapon. The bassist vocalist is in like a black metal band called Profligate. They're in another band too. Yeah, they're doing a bunch. Damn, that Ram's Head stage on Thursday is crazy. Mortal Congregation, Shape of Despair, Evoking, Dusk. Like what a fucking Death Doom lineup, dude.
That is a lineup of pure Bummersville. I love it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, if I'm gonna be sad, I'm gonna go there for sure.
Did you catch Esoteric this or last year?
I did not. No, they were playing.
Gross.
They were playing the same time as.
Why are you biting me? You're going.
Sodom.
You're done.
Yeah.
We saw Sodom at the pre-fest, so we figures like, dude, we saw honestly, because this is, they played shit from fucking Agent Orange during that set, as well as like everything else I fucking love, dude. Oh,
yeah. So like the pre-fest, I wanted to see Sodom, but they were doing the Agent Orange stuff the day after. So the pre-fest, I watched the bands I wanted to, and then I was really tired because I drove down that day. So I ended up going to bed. And then I was like, all right, if I want to see Sodom, I'm going to see them when they play Agent Orange plus bonus. So I picked Sodom for the Agent Orange day, the day after, with like the bonus stuff as opposed to the pre-fest. So
we hung out for a bit of the Sodom set, but it was like, I mean, we kind of just looked at it like, we heard this last night, and it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, it was.
I thought they were better the first night than they were the second night.
So we decided to go check out Esoteric because that band's heavy enough to fold reality.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. I'll play it by ear. What's going on that weekend with work and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, if I was gonna pick 2 days, I'd like drive down Friday and stay Friday night and a Saturday, and then leave Sunday morning or something like that. So just stay 2 nights. But yeah, there's some bands on there that I would definitely like to see, like Nordjebel, Benediction, Asphyx, Orgasm. I'll see Holder again. Fucking great band. Triptychon's like a bucket list band I'd like to see.
Same.
Wormed is sick. Yeah.
Dragged into Sunlight is one of the big ones for me because that band so rarely fucking gets back together, it seems. And they were supposed to be there last year, but they bailed.
Yeah, I don't know what was the deal with that, because I was like, I don't love that band, but I don't hate them, and I kind of was just kind of curious.
It's kind of just the one release, Hatred for Mankind. Like, the other one I think is good, but Hatred for Mankind is like a special kind of just absolutely all-encompassing heaviness. It's like a black hole. It's like an inescapable fucking destructive, evil, dark, everything.
Yeah,
I love that album.
324 is a grindcore band from Japan. I think they're playing on the Saturday too. Orange Goblin on Saturday. Yeah, man, good fucking lineup.
I mean,
that's like a bucket list show to play at some point in time.
Oh, playing MDF?
Yeah. One of these years,
man. Enough fucking connections, man. Do it.
Yeah, it's like you get asked to play though. You don't reach out like you get the invite to play. Like they just hit you up, so can't really control that. But yeah, maybe one of these days. Who knows?
Well, we'll put some bugs in people's ears.
Yeah, right.
Actual bugs, termites.
Yeah, actual bugs.
Termites, yeah. Yeah, man, you guys gotta You guys got a good lineup you're gonna see this year too. Devourment, Malignancy, Dripping.
Dude, I'm stoked to see Malignancy. Dude, that record was disgusting.
They're so good. They played in Philly a month or two ago, or a couple months ago. They were awesome. Dude, honestly, Sunday is fucking fire too, dude. Dark Funeral, Triptychon playing Celtic. Honestly, I might roll down Sunday. Crisian, Nile, Unleashed.
Incantations doing all of Onwards to
Golgotha. Yep.
Yeah, fuck them. Virgo, Black Curse, Wormrot, Caustic Wound, Coke Bust. Yeah, dude, Sunday's fucking rad too.
Yeah, a Caustic Wound. If there's no fucking overlap, which man, that's gonna be tough. I really want to see Caustic Wound.
Maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Who knows?
I totally forgot about
Altar of Gore is sick. A Feather and Bone is sick. Yeah, fucking rad lineup on Sunday, dude.
Sakaj is awesome too. I have one of their albums, crust, thrash, grind hybrid.
That Triptychon Celtic Frost set is gonna be fucking sick.
See, now you're torn. Now you don't know what day to go.
Yeah, no, he's on point. He talked himself into it. I can hear him crunching numbers.
Yep.
I know. I'm like doing the math in my head, like, yeah, maybe I'll just go all 5 days again. Yeah, we'll see. I'll do the math.
I get it. It's tough. It's tough to turn down.
I know, man.
Especially when nasty lineup.
I know, especially when they book this many bands that don't play so often. Yep. Like, how often are you going to be seeing one weekend, like a band like from Turkey, a band from this place, then from that place, and the other place, and you don't get to do that shit that often. So you kind of have to kind of value it when it comes through.
Plus, a lot of these bands are getting older, and you just don't know like how much longer they're going to be around. Like that's been kind of one of my things. Like I want to see, a lot of these bands that I absolutely grew up with and they've been like huge for me while they still got it. Before they retire. Like
the Celtic Frost, Triptychon shit, Paradise Lost, Razor.
Paradise Lost has been a bucket list band for a while.
Hyrax is old as fuck.
I don't know if Caden has anyone else in his band that's original. I think it's him, and then he's got like some younger guys with them. But if I get a chance to check them out, I definitely want to. I was really stoked to see Sadis, and then all that shit broke. And God, that
would have been a cool one. Yeah, that definitely would have been a cool one. But yeah, I mean, like Black Curse, Wergo, Monodod. I mean, ton of bands from not the States. It's nuts. Norgello.
Bastards. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking love those dudes. God damn it.
You know what's funny too? Like, maybe I have to go back and look at the previous lineups, but I don't think Cannibal Corpse has ever played MDF.
Really?
I don't think they have, man.
Huh.
Which is wild to me. They would seem like an easy headliner.
Let's see. Oh no.
Let's see.
Huh.
You figured it would have come up.
They would be like an easy headliner on any day that they play, but I don't think they've actually played MDF ever before, which I don't know.
They haven't.
I don't know why. I don't know whether like the timing never lined up. I mean, the names that they've had play this fest is nuts. I mean, like Bolthor, Venom, Converge, Carcass, Godflesh, Morbid Angel. I mean, like the names are huge. Like it's not like they can't afford it. Like, but I don't know why they haven't.
Cannibal Corpse has never played Maryland Death Fest.
Yeah,
No.
I mean,
That's interesting.
for the amount that I heard Dismember got paid. I feel like they could probably afford Cannibal Corpse. Maybe it's just like, they're too commonplace a band, either that or they're always on tour.
I think that's probably more the thing. They're so out there already, and they already have their tour plans that there's why are we going to play MDF unless it perfectly lines up to where the routing that we're going to do for the promotion of our new album starts at MDF and then it's like a month and a half through the States. Why bother? I guess I don't know, but who knows?
Yeah, that is interesting though. I figure that fest has been around since 2003?
Yeah, 3 I think. So I think they're just hitting 22 years.
You figure CC would have played by now.
They've had pretty much every other death metal band you can name. I mean, Morbid Angel, Gorguts, Incantation.
Well, and that's the weird
Obituary.
thing too. Morbid Angel, Obituary, you get a bunch of Florida bands, but never Cannibal Corpse. That's weird.
I don't know. Maybe they're saving it for something special. Who knows? I mean, let's see, 24 and 25 this year. It's 20. What do they put out in 96? I don't know. They could do an anniversary album for something at some point at 30 years of, I don't know, whatever the fuck.
I don't know.
Bleeding or
Would have been Gallery of Suicide?
90s. I think Gallery of Suicide was 95?
Yeah. Oh, no. 96 might have been Vile. Hold on.
Yes, I think so.
Yep, 96 was Vile. So
could do that next year. But I mean, Vile was
Yep.
I mean, it was a good record, but it wasn't one of their the record for them. I would think they would do a Tomb of the Mutilated or a Butchered at Birth, something or other, 25-year, who knows what the fuck. But I don't know. There's got to be a reason why Cannibal Corpse hasn't been booked on that fest at this point. I don't know whether it's personal or management or booking or the cost or I don't know, whatever. But if they can book, I figure if they can book Morbid Angel and Obituary, then there's no reason why they can't book Cannibal Corpse. I mean, other than maybe Deicide or.
We saw Deicide there 2019. Fucking
yeah.
Pushed.
I mean, yeah, Deicide fucking ruled this year. In Philly, man, they crushed.
In Philly?
They do every time. Deicide every time I see them.
One of the tightest fucking sets.
Steve Asham, too. It's one of those drummers that just hasn't fell off. He's just so fucking good, tight as fuck. And it goes and shows the importance of the rhythm section being locked in. If the rhythm section is locked in, being the bass and the drums, everything else can fall into place. So good, man. And Glenn sounded awesome.
Dude, he's still got so much power behind those vocals too.
I know.
Hey.
He sounded great. I wish I was knew you guys a little bit more when you were in the city this year because I was there both days. I probably walked by you 1,000 times.
I wasn't sure if I ran into because I ran into a whole bunch of people. Actually, Greg Pullard, I ended up talking to him for a while. Solid dude from the area. I ended up talking to Knox from Enforced. He was like, "Oh, hey, shit, what the fuck are you doing out here?" I showed up. But yeah, I ended up kind of floating around. Plus, I was with a couple of my YouTube buddies with the Dreadful Minutes, Rick, and Gas Mask and Hand Grenades, Jeff, and that was our first time meeting in person. And Jeff was like, "I don't know if I'm gonna like this band." Shh, you'll be fine. And he said that about I don't know about Dying Fetus. Shh, just watch them. And he's like, "You know what? They're pretty fucking good." It's I'll be over here being right if you need me.
Yeah.
And then he just blew him away.
I was gonna have Rob from Cognitive join us tonight too. But,
we're gonna ask who else is popping on. It's getting a little late, but
I think everyone else I know is probably streaming right now. Let me see what's going on because I know Jeff was doing his own stream and he was testing his. Yeah, he's got Rick and Who is that on there? I don't know who that is. But yeah, he's testing something else. He's run a different program other than StreamYard, because StreamYard raising their prices and shit.
Yeah, they are.
But yeah, he found something else that was free, and then with the free version of it, it actually gives you a lot more than what the free version of StreamYard did. Or at least, so yeah, he's doing a testing stream there. I told him, like, hey, if you can swing over, it'd be cool. We're all fucking shitty.
Nice, good shit. Tesla says that's a sexy banana, John.
That's the girl that gave me the banana.
Okay.
Phrasing. Big time phrasing there.
There's some like Barnes versus Corpse Grinder chats going on here too.
Oh my.
Oh
boy.
No one should be saying anything about Barnes now. Like, he can hold his own. Like, no, he can't.
Who is Barnes? At the time, yeah. I mean, butchered, Tomb of the Mutilated, unfuckwithable. Like,
yeah.
But
this
there was a reason he wasn't the singer anymore after the
bleeding.
The bleeding. There was a reason. Like, butchered, Tomb, bleeding had the impact that they did, and there was a reason he wasn't the singer past that. Period.
And like, Corpse Grinder's a beast, and he hasn't fallen off. Like,
monster. Yeah, monster. Weird. I mean, if anyone's fallen off in Cannibal, it's like Paul Mazurkiewicz, unfortunately. Like, I saw a couple of videos of his live like performances, and it just didn't sound as like tight and he isn't used to it. He's getting old. Like,
I mean, right, dude, he's getting old. He's got to be pushing 60, I would guess, right?
Oh, he's
got to be, yeah.
He might be in his 60s.
East Moscow is a good, like, if you know type thing too. Someone said that's a good performance for Barnes. It's probably his best. Shit fuck under.
Is that what it stands up for?
Shit fuck under.
I believe it.
It's the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Yeah.
People were asking if we're going to go that Nile tour with 6 Feet Under. Like, no, I can't.
No, not all the way up in North Jersey. I mean, if it was in Philly, I might roll through, but
if 6 Feet Under was the headliner, and then I could leave right after Nile, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you guys gonna get meet and greets with Barnes? Like, if he knows who we are, he doesn't want to meet us.
No, I don't I'm gonna talk shit the whole time.
You're the fucking assholes that mock me. Like,
but like the whole thing, like, that was my point about Immolation earlier when I said they were like, them and Obituary are like hand in hand as like the unfuckwithable live performances for death metal bands that every other death metal band should try and model themselves after. They haven't fallen off. They've had a super consistent lineup for all these years. They're super tight. It's super heavy every time. The production's great. Like, everything's performed well. Like, maybe it's just the nature of the music, right? Like, maybe, like, you know, for like Paul or some of the other guys in Cannibal, like, maybe eventually they're gonna get gold and like the songs are too hard to play. Like, physically they can't do it, but like, I don't know. Like, dude, if Immolation is doing it, then why can't Cannibal, or why can't any other band for 30, 40 years or however long they've been doing it? Like, it's just, I don't know. Last year or the year before at Decibel, when Immolation played, I was just completely leveled. And then when Obituary played the last couple times I've seen them, again, like, every time I see them, it's just, there's a reason Obituary is Obituary. It's perfect every time.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong. You know, so
it's as soon as I hear Trevor's amazing guitar tone, which is like such a thing with Obituary, like, it sounds swampy and dirty and kind of fuzzy. It's like, you know, it's like running into an old friend again. Like, oh, hey, what's up, dude? That's Obituary for me. As soon as I hear that tone, and then I hear it,
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, man. I mean, fuck. Again, like the vocal production on Cause of Death is like number one ever. You can't beat it. It's so sick. John sounds like a fucking monster, and like the layers and shit that he did in it to make it sound like way more like it's in fucking insane, dude. Fucking crazy.
I still want to see him read children's stories.
Oh, I would listen to him read anything. Like he could read the script to like a shitty Uwe Boll movie, but because he's doing it, it'll be amazing.
Like John, you want to get like John Tardy to read smut to you?
Dude, Horton hears a fucking who. Dude, it'd be awesome.
Like, admittedly, Obituary is my go-to for metal karaoke when we do it here in Philly too. So it's like it's either that or Deicide normally. So
I mean, Obituary gives you a chance to like ham it the fuck up, and
so good.
like you're getting like the drama fucking points there. Like, all right, let's see how long you're gonna extend this blah.
Blah! Yeah.
And I'm talking maximum blah. Like, I mean, with fucking, Glenn, of course, you get that, the roar and the scream, and just how many times you go.
Well, now too, they're doing the two guitarists do vocals as well. So it's like a three-way vocal attack. So it even more nails the old school, like weird layered stuff before people were doing layered stuff back in the day. Like it like they can do it live. Yeah. All the chocolate demons. Yeah. All the chocolate demons. It's so sick.
Dude. I mean, they sound so damn tight live. Like they just. Oh, he hammed up that moment.
2002. Wow, what a lineup. Cannibal Corpse, Dark Funeral, Incantation, Pissing Razors. Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. Dude,
Chris Reifert. All right, on that topic, Chris Reifert, let's talk about the hot take 5 bands that Hal hates that everyone else loves.
I'm going to grab a smoke before this because I feel like I'm going to need it.
Yeah.
You're grabbing what?
I'm going to grab a smoke real quick, but I want to hear this hot take list.
All right, I'll wait.
All right, grab your smoke.
I'll be back in a second.
I think I'm kind of drunk.
yeah, honestly, Sam, man. Was this like the first beer you've had in like 12 years?
Yeah, I've had 3 beers. It was the first beer I've had. The first 3 beers I've drank since 2019.
Damn.
I switched to weed.
What beers are you drinking?
Yep. Sagatuck peanut butter porter.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Yep.
Those are good.
Really good. And I switched to weed in 2019 and just never. I don't know. I don't wake up with hangovers. It doesn't make me sick. I don't have headaches.
Yeah.
I can smoke a bunch of weed. I can still function. I can still talk and walk and work and drive and live.
Dude, I get that. I definitely get that. What made you want to drink tonight then?
Well, so this beer is seasonal, and it never comes around until the winter time. And then I just got to thinking about it. I was like, man, if Sagatuck releases their peanut butter porter, I'm going to buy a 6-pack. And then they released a 6-pack, and I was like, all right, fuck it. It's New Year's. I'm on a stream. Let's drink.
Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I love it.
Yep. And now I'm kind of drunk, and I've only had 3 beers. And
it doesn't, dude, when they're higher percentage, it doesn't take many. It really doesn't take many at all.
Yeah, it's 6.9. So.
That's not too bad. The beer we did, the beer we brewed with Attic Brewing in Philly was like a 7, I think 7.4 or 7.2, which in hindsight compared to other beers is not that heavy. But if you haven't eaten and you drink 2 of them, it's like, all right, well, now I'm a little drunk. So
right. What kind of beer was it then? Was it a?
It's a black IPA.
Oh.
So it's a style that normally is done pretty poorly by most other breweries, I would say.
Yes.
I've only had maybe one other one that was actually very good. But this one came out really, really awesome. It drinks like an IPA, hoppy, little bitter. It's got like kind of orangey kind of notes to it, but it's a darker, like a really, really dark brown color. It's got like slight kind of coffee bitterish notes, but it's not like, it doesn't taste like a stout. Like it drinks like an IPA. It feels like an IPA. Like if you close your eyes and you drink it, you're like, oh, it's an IPA. And you look at it and you're like, oh, wait, this is dark brown. But it has a kind of orangey, zesty notes. It came out. We were really, really excited when we got the opportunity to do it, and but also when we were tasting it, we were like, oh, this was good. And like we were there on the brew day with the brewer and the owner, and we tasted it before it went into the fermentation tank, like the water that came out.
Yeah. And
I was like, well, like I don't really know what to think of it. I don't know what it should taste like at this point. I was like, what do you think? He's like, yeah, tastes good to me. Like, no, I'm like, well, you're investing all the money into brewing the beer. If it wasn't good, you would stop it and redo it or something like that. So it came out great. And Mark Riddick did an awesome job on the artwork, and it got perceived really well. And they've had it on tap at Doom for a while now. And I kicked one of the kegs tonight.
Nice.
I ordered another, so I think they got one more keg. So I might be able to have like one more beer before I go to San Diego, and then it'll probably kick in the time that I'm gone. But yeah, it's been really kind of a cool thing. But
that's cool, man.
Yeah, it's a cool, like we were thinking of different styles to do. I'm like, well, like everyone does IPAs and this and that. I was thinking either like an easy drinking, like Italian Pilsner, or like maybe something like super high percentage, like a dessert stout type style.
Oh yeah,
but,
dude, I love dessert stouts.
Yeah, like a 10%er or something like that. It's kind of something sweet, but I don't know whether the owner or Ron or someone mentioned like black IPA. I was like, well, that's kind of cool. Like people aren't like, no one's really doing that right now. So
yeah, man. I mean,
yeah, it came out good.
IPAs are cool. Nick and I have several buddies that used to brew their own beer all the time, and what was that Black Russian IPA that Haas made for that that little festival he had where Joe re-broke his leg?
Oh no, it was I don't know. I think it was a black IPA, right?
Yeah, dude, that was stupid.
Oh, did we tap that keg? We fucking crushed it.
Yeah, we did.
I was fucking drunk.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
My grand vision is to, when I buy a house, have a basement bar, and like in the basement, it's like a cool kind of St. Vitus type layout bar where there's like shelves and records behind the bottles and like stuff like that, and like a TV to watch games and shit, like a nice solid wood bar top, and then on one corner, and then in the other corner there's like a little small like stage, but really just like a PA and amps and a drum set. And like if I wanted to have like private shows, like, hey, like my buddy's band is playing, and like private invite some like 30-40 people out and like come chill in my basement and drink beer and like listen to a band, or like something kind of chill like that, like not a public venue, but like kind of like a private, like if you know type thing. That's like my like grand vision.
We used to do that all the time, man. About a decade ago, we used to do that shit all the time.
Oh, dude, we used to have
my
beer tasting parties, and they just let's just
back when they brew beers all the time, man. We used to go over there and just get hammered and jam.
Yeah, man, that would be so sick. Yeah, that's the type of stuff like when you go on tour, like those types of shows and those types of environments are the ones that I really like. Like we played in Cincinnati. This must have been probably now 7 years ago at this point. We played at a record store in Cincinnati. Like we showed up, there was it was us and one other band. There was maybe like 20 people who were there, but it felt crammed because it's like 20 people in a small record store. And we got paid, and the owner was like, yo, we're going next door to the pub. Like we'll come hang out, like we'll grab your dinner and like whatever. And the owner of the record store was super stoked to have us, and we sold merch, and he like paid for our dinner, and we were drinking and hanging out, having a good time. Like it was just so cool, man. Like that's the type of shit I like. Like I'd do that over like a big like whatever show any day, man. Like those types of experiences are just so unique.
Oh, dude, I love those small shows where you get like the more intimate experience and like the hangouts and shit like that. Well, those are fun.
Yeah, that's why I like doing like house shows. Like if there's house venues in the city that like can hold 40, 50 people, I'm like, yeah, that's perfect for like when we booked Funeral Chant this summer, like that was in like a basement venue in the city, like had like 45, 50 people come out. Like we were just hanging and there was a keg in the house. Like we're all partying and hanging out. It was a great time, man. Like it was sick. So
I miss those days. I talk about that a lot. I really miss those days.
I mean, I enjoyed having some drinks at fucking MDF. That was nice. It was also really nice to anyone that ran into me there and bought me a beer. Thank you. You saved my feet.
Yeah, I'll knowing that you guys are going this year, I'll have to pick a day or two and pop down and we'll hang out for sure. It was definitely a good time this year hanging out. You guys were part of the good crew that I hung out. I hung out with there was a lot of homies this year. Honestly, there was a lot of people that I knew, but you guys were part of the good hangout crew. So
yeah, man, you too. It was cool. I'm glad we got to kick it.
I mean, we connecting with people there.
Yeah, and it's weird, man. As the channel gets bigger, we run into more and more people all the time, and it's
that's
crazy.
Awesome.
It's fucking crazy.
That's it. That's what it's all about, dude. That's fucking sick.
It's strange, but like, dude, I got handed like multiple fucking albums. Like, here, man, this is for you. Go over any channel if you want. If not, it's like, dude, of course. I'm gonna go over it. Thank you, man. Oh yeah, all right. They're asking for the hot take list.
All right, hot take list. All right.
Oh god,
this may or may not be triggering, but my top 5 hot take list, and I say this repeatedly at band practice all the time. The 5 bands that I think are overrated, that they're not bands that I can't stand. They're not bands that I'm going to tell you to turn off. And they're also bands that have some good riffs that I do like, but they're bands that I think are way the fuck overrated. In no particular order: Carcass.
Oh, dude, no. Dude, Bill Steer's like a riff lord. I fucking love that dude.
Carcass.
Oh, Jesus.
Entombed.
Oh, the left-hand path is like the most glorious thing.
It's not, but that's okay.
It is. It is.
Dude, Nick's gonna have a fucking meltdown.
Dude. Okay, hold on here. I need a deep breath. Okay.
Venom. I think Venom is blowing the fuck up way more than they should be.
They're still fun though. Who doesn't want to sing along to In League with Satan?
Incantation.
Nope.
Yep.
No.
Yep. Never thought Incantation was interesting, even a little bit. I mean, I own Onward to Golgotha, and I can really only listen to like the first song, and past that, I'm bored as fuck.
What about like Diabolical Conquest?
Nope. Oh, that's boring. And then last but not least, Autopsy.
No.
Boring as fuck, dude. They played at MDF, and while I appreciated the performance, it was done well. First off, they went on way too late. That's my first qualm. They went on way too late. I was so tired, and then I was just like waiting for it to be done. And like while it was good, it was just way too long of a set. And even before that, listening to any of their albums, I was just like totally snoozed by. Like never was interested. It was just like, this is just okay, but why would I listen to this when I could listen to other stuff? That's my whole thing with any of these bands. So like, why would I listen to Entombed when I can listen to Carnage? If I want to listen to something that sounds like Swedish death metal, I'm going to listen to Carnage or Dismember over Entombed. Easy. There's no question.
That's why they sounded like that. The Dismember and the Carnage.
Doesn't matter. I'll take Dismember and Carnage over any Entombed album any day.
I love both those bands, and like an ever flowing stream is like Left Hand Path 2 to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, but again, this keep in mind, I'm 31. It's just like what I grew up on, like what I listened to, what I didn't listen to, and it was just like
that's fair.
Like if Entombed, if in the first 4 or 5 songs that I illegally downloaded from LimeWire, Entombed was in there, that would probably be like a Suffocation or Morbid Angel level band for me, but it's just not. they were I had already listened to Butcher to Birth, Cannibal Corpse, FG the Forgotten, Suffocation, Cause of Death, Obituary. I had listened to all those albums before I even got to any of the 5 bands I just mentioned. So why would I even bother? I don't know. I like those albums were just like they were just way harder than any of the 5 bands I just mentioned, in my opinion. Like if you listen to those first, like but that's just me. Again, hot take. It's just me.
Not that bad.
Yeah, Nick is on front of hell, yeah. Block.
No. What's your address so I can send this pipe bomb? Not being dramatic or anything.
Again, it's just me. Like that's just my some people might say Cannibal is boring. Some people might say Suffo is boring. Like everyone has their own take, but those are the 5 that I think.
And we say that all the time, man. Music is subjective. Music taste is subjective. You're not supposed to like everything. Like I don't think it's fair to say that everyone has to like everything. Like
no,
you're allowed to have your own opinions and
musical taste changes. Like honestly, for the longest time, I thought Celtic Frost was fucking stupid. And in the last maybe 2 years, I've been listening to a fuck ton of Celtic Frost, dude. Love Celtic Frost, but it took a long time for me to get there. And maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 years from now, I'll go back and listen to Venom or Autopsy, any of those 5 bands I mentioned, and be like, yeah, it's cool. But like, I've been trying. I've made an honest effort many times, and those 5 are just like, yeah, I'm good, dude. I think I'm really good. So,
I mean,
that's my hot take.
Oh man, right out of the gate with Carcass though, that fucking stings.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's songs from all 5 of those bands that I like. I mean, like, what's the Buried Dreams, Carcass? I think is a great riff. Like that, there's great riffs there. Entombed, like Left Hand Path, like there's a couple of great songs. Like the first 2 or 3 on that album are great. Incantation, All Word to Golgotha, can't really argue the impact that album had. There's some good riffs on there, but I mean, holistically, there's a million more bands that I'd listen to before any of those 5 bands. So that's my hot take.
I mean, it also probably depends on like when you came into them too. Like, I mean, in terms of like cavernous death metal, like Incantation was the standard. That was the first band I ever heard that really did that style. Yeah. So hearing bands that definitely emulate it, like, I mean, like Mortiferum, if they don't love Incantation, I don't get it.
They're so sick, dude. They're so awesome.
Dude, they were so fucking good when we saw them at MDF. Like, that was one of the best sets on the soundstage, easily.
Yeah. Oh. They played some years ago in San Diego. I think it must have been 2019 or 2020. They played the Shea Cafe out there in San Diego, and just happened to be in town for work, and I went out to go catch them, and it ripped. I think there might have been like, I don't know, 50, 60 people there. It's a small space, but there wasn't that many people there anyway. But dude, it fucking crushed. Really, really, really good. Such good guys.
They write world-ending songs. Like, it just feels like the most bleak, evil fucking thing. Oh, yeah. So goddamn good.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Yeah, great band. Love to see more of them soon. Did you guys go to the I Am Not Morbid tour with Suffo and
unfortunately it was work?
Yeah, it was too close to a whole bunch of other stuff.
I was so pissed off. Oh man. I wanted to go so bad.
The closest date to me was out in 2 hours away in Pennsylvania, and I kind of wanted to go, but it was on like a Tuesday, man. It was a bad date, and I was like, man, I'm not gonna fucking make it out. I've seen the bands on there that I wanted to see. I've seen before, so or multiple times. So I was like, yeah, not really worth it. But
hold on here. I think last time I checked, it's 10,700.
Yo, Andrew said Uada is fun. Second that. They played MDF. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Uada played MDF. I think it was 20. I think I got the poster right here. It's 20. No, No, it wasn't that year. It must have been 2019, I think, or 17, 18, 19, somewhere there. Whatever played Iwata played in there, they played, and it was so similar to Spectral Wound. Like, the band played, the set ended, and it was a mass exodus to the merch table. Like, everyone was just like, again, I was just like, whoa, what an amazing performance. And they were just like, everyone bolted to the merch table. I think they sold out all their merch immediately after they played. It was insane. Same thing with Spectral Wound this year. Like, they played and everyone was just like, Jesus Christ. Like, they cooked Spectral Wound cooked everyone on that stage that played that day. No question. And everyone, like, right after bolted to the merch tent or the merch table, wherever they were, and like bought everything, and everything was sold out.
We missed Spectral Wound. I forget who was playing at the same time.
Dude, you missed the
Spectral
one.
Voice.
No, we didn't. We caught like 4
No.
songs.
No, we
With that?
no, you're thinking of the one we split. The one we split was between Grave Miasma and Soylent Green.
Grave
We split a
Miasma
lot, dude. We split-
crushed. Slept On. That was one of the bands one of the bands I was most excited to see. I was finally able to see them, and they played. I watched the whole set. I was like, Jesus Christ, this was the Grave Miasma and Spectral Wound were the two best bands on that stage the whole week. Easy, no question.
And Fossilization.
Fossilization was
Them too.
And I was so pissed they didn't have any merch.
esoteric.
They didn't have albums. I wanted all the Fossilization.
I have a Fossilization shirt, and they're my label mates, but I went in like slightly biased, but I watched them and I was like, fuck, that was great. That was really, those were like 3 of the bands that I go back to, like Grave, Fossil, and Spectral Wound. Those are probably 3 of my favorite bands that played the whole weekend. I mean, and there were some big names there this year, man, but some of them I was just like, damn, they fell short. Like, was it Mayhem played? Mayhem was boring as fuck, dude.
We got a bit of Mayhem. I think we were kind of resting up at that point.
Yeah, by that point in the game at MDF, I was done.
Dude, like, same thing. Like, I should have like sat there and like jerked off the whole Bloodbath set. Like, they're one of my favorite bands, and I was so tired. I watched 2 songs and I went home back to the hotel. I was like, I'm so cooked. I can't watch anymore.
I need to stretch before I go. I need to work out before I go. Something.
So I said my whole thing was, if I go again for the whole week, I'm not drinking, and I'm going to watch what I eat. Because what got me last time was the $21 beers or whatever the fuck they were.
Yeah, dude.
And the salty food, man. I was eating the fried rice and like from like the Asian food truck where I get like the General Tso's and fried rice, or like chicken and fried rice. And my feet were so swollen by the end of the weekend. I was like, God damn, I feel like shit, man. Even if I drank 1.5 gallons of water, I felt like shit. So I think if I come down this year and I go for a day or 2, no drinking, no salty food, and really try and like actually go in and like behave myself, as much as I don't want to. I'd love to go down and get hammered and like party the whole weekend, but man, it's like a battle when you're in there for that many days, dude.
I mean, my thing was cycling. I mean, definitely a fair amount of beers consumed, but I never got like super drunk. I was just like, all right, I don't feel the pain in my feet. And as far as like eating there, like we did the taco place, I think we did Subway, and then I got fried chicken once. It was pretty good, but yeah, like I didn't go overboard. And when I got back, immediately took Advil, downed a bunch of fucking Gatorade, and crashed out. Repeated.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever slept as hard as I have. I don't know if I've ever slept that hard in my life.
Yeah, dude. Me and especially too, like, dude. Me and my roommate Steve, aka the famous or infamous Metal Steve from Philly, we get to the show like 4 or 5, watch bands, and then he's a big karaoke guy, and there was someone doing metal karaoke, so we would be there from like 11 p.m. to fucking 1 a.m. and then he's out until like 4 or 5 a.m. with like the like Death Hammer guys and like partying with bands and shit. I'm like, it's like 1:30. I'm like, dude, I gotta go back, dude. I'm not well. I'm like, I need water. I need ice water, dude. I'm not well.
Now.
Yep. There's water and beer. Drink more beer. I fix your problem.
You know, at a certain point, once you're like $200 in the hole buying $21 Bud Lights, it's like, fuck, dude. But yeah, it's a good time. The lineup this year is almost a little bit too good to pass up, dude.
That's how it's been every year. This will be fourth MDF, right, Nick?
Third.
Yeah, I mean,
because we skipped 20 because there was no MDF in 2021.
20 or 2021.
We went to what 2019.
This will be our fourth,
and then 2022, and then 2024. So yeah, 2025. It'll be our fourth.
Right here to my right, I have a MDF festival framed poster, and it was the year. Let's see what bands played: Godflesh, Big Destroyer, Satyricon, God Dethroned, Helmet, Sinister, Warm Right, Sadistic Intent. This must have been 18?
Oh, man.
The year before
Might have been even 2017.
Our first year was 2019.
Yep.
Okay. Dotham's Guard was on that. Incantation, Blood Incantation, Integrity, Invoking, Broken Hope. Wild lineup. Yeah, 20. Yeah, it must have been 17, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's a great fest. It's like, you know, of all the, and you guys have probably seen it, like all these like festivals that have popped up in the U.S., like big festivals, and you're like, man, the quality is just not what you get at MDF.
Not MDF.
It's not the fucking same. I was talking to my homie. So not this last year, but 2 years ago when I was working in Poland, I was able to go to Mystic Festival, which is like, you know, of all the European summer festivals, every country has like their one big like open air festival, and Poland has Mystic Fest. So in one day, and I only went one day, I was able to see Dark Angel, Alcest, Meshuggah.
Okay, all right, there we go.
All right.
Voivod.
Oh, Voivod's one of my favorite bands to see.
Barry Tomorrow, and the other bands. I only saw like 6 or 7 bands, but it was such a wide array of bands, and like, I don't know, man, the atmosphere. Like Europe, like you don't understand it until you go to an open air Eurofest. And I went to that one. I was like, damn, I gotta go back. I gotta like string together like a Hellfest. What's the one they do in Prague? Like Obscene Extreme, like summer, yeah. Like I gotta do something like that one of these years, man. Because that's just like, yeah, it's expensive to get there, but fuck, once you get there, the bands are just nuts, dude.
Shit, Birdflesh. Fuck, why can't I think of Ellis? He's invited us out to fucking Obscene Extreme multiple times.
Really?
Dude,
oh, cool.
They said like the food's amazing, the drinks are super cheap. The most expensive thing is getting there. Everything else,
dude, yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been to, so that's down in Czech Republic, and I went to Prague some years ago while I was working in Poland. We did a road trip down to Prague, and beautiful city, incredible atmosphere. Food was amazing, drinks were great, people were amazing, like the vibe, like everything about it was awesome. So yeah, it's like one of those things. Like I'm gonna try and make like a yearly. I would like to make a yearly European trip and like plan it around a festival. So whether it's like a fest like Hellfest or Obscene Extreme or Mystic or any of the other like European festivals, like, okay, throw a dart, hit a city, pick the fest, and then like do that for the weekend or whatever. So
that'd be wild.
Yeah, it's a highly recommend if you can line it up logistically. It's definitely a very good time.
I've still never been out of the country.
I have.
It's on my bucket list.
Europe is Europe's a vibe. If I'd recommend somewhere, do London, because you speak the language, so it's not so long of a trip. You speak the language, you can get around. The hardest thing is just getting there and then figuring out the currency, which is just euros, which is an easy like airport transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And London has a little bit of everything to do. So you can, if you want to be a sleazeball, you can be a sleazeball. If you want to do something ritzy, you can do something ritzy. There's some good venues in London. I've not been to any shows there, but they do get a lot of good shows. So that's a good, like, first, like, okay, let me do something out of the country, like figure out the logistics. And then like, once you've traveled to one European country, you can kind of get around to the rest. It's like, okay, well, I went to London, so getting to country XYZ is pretty much the same thing. It's just maybe a little bit longer of a flight or another leg. It's like, okay, once I know how to get on a plane in the States, go through customs, get to another country, get the local currency in my pocket, and then figure out the local transit system, that's pretty much all you have to do. And it's kind of similar from country to country. Like, it might be a little bit different, a little better here, a little better there. But I mean, I've been to a bunch of the Euro countries, and like, once you do it once, you can kind of get the feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the feel of it. It's like think of it like going from state to state here in the U.S. It's like, okay, where's the local transit system? Where's this? Where's that? Like, it's just figuring out where things are. And like, once you know how to do that, it's not so bad, and you get better at it. So, but I do get, like, the first time can be a little bit daunting. So.
Yeah, I mean, I was there back when I was a teen, so things have probably changed. I did France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and that was a wild fucking trip. Talking to prostitutes through the fucking intercom and the red light district, The Hague.
I haven't done Netherlands, but I've heard really, really good things. I did London a couple times, a lot of Poland, a lot of Germany, Czech Republic and Prague in the Czech Republic. We did probably favorite city in the world was Copenhagen in Denmark, dude. Great city. Awesome city. We did that. What else? Greece. I did Greece this year, which was really cool. Yeah, I've done a good amount of them. Got a lot to go, but we'll check it off one by one.
I'm so jealous. I need to travel more. I've traveled most of the states. There's only a handful of states I haven't been to, but man.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, if we do leave the country, you have to bring your comfort banana. We'll just duct tape them to you.
Mustache included.
Yeah, the mustache has. I'll send him back. That mustache isn't on the banana. Like, now, get back in the car, go find the mustache, and hopefully you don't miss your flight.
Banana conda don't want none.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up here.
Dude, we've been at this for several hours.
Yeah, the new year has arrived.
Lots of good stuff. I got a lot of good albums to listen to. Any last recommendations to add to my playlist, or what was, like, if you had to pick one that you were really, really excited about each, that maybe either wasn't on your year-end list or was, but maybe got overlooked, like you're like super excited about, like what's your recommendation?
Oh man, in terms of ones that didn't make the list, fuck, there were quite a few. Petrifaction, Petrification, my bad, sorry. That Septage album, which that band broke up, I guess, almost as soon as that album came out. Really good, just nasty fucking grind, and kind of gore grind, death grind.
What was the album called?
They only have the one, and what is it called? Let's see. Septage. There you are. It's got like some ridiculous gory name, I think. Septic Worship, Intolerant Spree of Infesting Forms.
Intolerant Spree. Oh, okay. All right, let me grab that. Got it out.
Yeah, there were a couple other. Dude, that new Mortis Scald I thought was really good. Laceration, that made John's list, not mine.
That's a great one. Yeah, you know what? That didn't make my list, but that's That's a really, really, really good
That
one.
new Malignancy album was pretty close.
Yeah, I was gonna put that one in my honorable mentions, but I had a few others. I had a few others in there that were that beat that one.
Farsot. I really enjoyed that one.
Yep.
God, what other ones in here?
Dude, there was so much shit. Like
It was ridiculous, man. It was crazy.
It was so hard to make a list.
That was my whole thing. Like in the first 3 months of the year, I was overwhelmed. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna listen to what I listen to, and if it doesn't grab me in one song, I'm just gonna go on to the next because there's too much to listen to, man. Like it's crazy.
Upon Stone too. That debut album from that melodic death metal band.
Oh, they're so good. I think they're you know what? They've gotten a lot of hype and they've gotten a lot of praise and they've played a lot of shows, but I still think it's underrated.
It was close. It was so close to making my fucking list because honestly, that was some of the best melodeath I had heard in a while.
It's like one of those things. It's like they're doing something different.
Yep.
Like,
they got Brian Fair. They got Brian Fair from fucking Shadows Fall in there. I was like, fuck yeah.
They might be doing a nod to something, but they're doing a nod to something that no one else is doing, and they're doing it fucking well, man. Really well.
It didn't feel as like transparent as that Majesty's album, which I really fucking enjoyed. Like that was probably the closest I think I've heard a band get to like Jester Race.
Yeah.
But Upon Stone, it was a little bit more wide reaching in terms of style. Like you got stuff that sounded like Hypocrisy, At the Gates, In Flames. They did the melodies well, but punchy, aggressive, great fucking production too.
Great riffs, great solos, great vocals, and a great live performance too. If you see them live too, they're fucking awesome. Really good.
Live. Yeah, those are probably the big ones.
John, what about you? What you got?
I mean, I had a lot more. I had a lot more before I started drinking.
Yeah, that happens.
That Coffin Rot was really good. That didn't quite make it. Ingurgitating Oblivion was really good.
No, fucking.
That one I had on my honorable mentions. Well, honestly, I listened to it once and it was so mind bending. I was like, I know what this is for, and I'm not in the listening space to listen to this right now. And my
brain just peed itself.
Yeah, and I haven't been since I originally heard it. I have the album before on vinyl. It's a beautiful vinyl, great record. And I listened to this one, and I think it was even a bit more mind-bending than
way
the one
more.
before. Like the one before was like, oh, I can kind of recall some of the riffs and sounds on there. This one was just like, what?
Same thing. When we went over it, I listened to the new one on its own once, and I'm like, I want to go back and listen to the one before it because holy fuck, this was weird. Yeah. And I listened to like a bit of the last one. I was like, yeah, no, this is decidedly more normal, even though it's really not. But then I listened to it again. I was like, did this get even more intense on the second listen? Like, fuck, dude. Nuts.
Yeah. Someone mentioned the new Black Dahlia murder in the chat, and I think that one's I think that one is one that a lot of people did have on their list. I think a lot of people also didn't like it, but I will say that I did really, really like it. I thoroughly enjoyed the whole package, the artwork, the vinyl, which I have. And I saw them on the tour they did with Dying Fetus, and the songs were all played and performed incredibly well. I think that Brian has not fully stepped into his place as the vocalist of that band, but is very, very close. It's better than when they played Decibel, I guess a year or two ago. And it really, the whole vibe and, aura of the album felt like a logical step forward from what they did on Verminous with or without Trevor. And it'll be hard to say that, I'll listen to any Black Dahlia murder and think about what it could have been with Trevor, but I think that this one was a really, really, really good album. The riffs are great. The solos are great. All the songs are awesome. it's a Black Dahlia Murder record, and Brian's their new singer, whether you like it or not. And I think it's worth saying that that is a very important band for me, having like gotten into metal and extreme metal in the time that I did, and having gone through what feels like kind of a personal experience of the loss of Trevor, like a lot of people did. Like, he shared my music, by name and, on his personal page, and shouted me out several times as a fan of Engulf and things like that. Made it feel even more special, the connection I have with that band. And going into the first studio album without him was it was a very pleasant experience, and I liked it a lot. It was the albums are great. The album is awesome. The songs are awesome. They're catchy. They're fun. They're riffy. It's Black Dahlia Murder, and I think Brian sounds really, really good as their singer. So I think that it's worth like taking a second to kind of step back and think about that album. Is it on my year-end list? No, but do I own it? Yes. Do I think it's a great record? Absolutely.
Wow.
I think it's phenomenal. I think my favorite thing about the whole thing is that they now have 3 guitarists in the band, and I think that shows through on here, having Ryan and Brandon trade solos, and knowing that Brian is probably still writing a lot of the rhythms is you don't get that in many projects at all. So having a band, like, I'm sure you guys probably have a similar feeling to that band or other bands, but like having grown up with a band and that, them going through so many different musical changes and members and stuff, and seeing something so stark as a loss of a, like, incredible frontman that they had for a long time, that was like the face of the band, and now a new face of the band that's also an old face, coming in and doing something awesome. It's, I don't know, it felt like a very special record. So is it on my year-end list? No, but is it still a very special record to me? Yeah.
I mean, they did it well in terms of coming back, like promoting from within. Like, Brian was the natural successor. And getting Ryan Knight back in the band, because, I mean, Brandon Ellis is fucking amazing guitarist, and so is Ryan Knight. So now they got 2 guys like, and that was my thing on this album. I do feel like they played it safe, but they still delivered a good Black Dahlia Murder album. It's fast, it's furious, it's catchy, it's got the riffs, all that stuff, but there's untapped potential still. And I get with you, and I watched your review on it, and I totally agree with almost everything you said. Like, I think it was a safe album, but it was the album they needed to make during that time. And but the way that I went into it was that, and I think a lot of people didn't, and it was hard for me to not, but the way that I went into it was like, they have a different singer now. Like, you don't compare it. Like, it's not going to be the same. It simply won't be. The lyrics aren't going to be the same. The vocal delivery will not be the same. It's not going to be the same without Trevor. And that's just period. It's not going to change as much as you want it to. So go into it with an open mind. Go into it expecting nothing. And then what they deliver is what they deliver. And then, honestly, they delivered a great record. It was a fun listen. It was enjoyable. I've listened to it many times. I still spin it here and there, and I really, really liked it. And I think they, like, live, fucking great performance. Really, I watched
really good
streams that they did for all the dates and everything. And dude, the energy's there. The songs are fucking fun. They're bringing. It feels like Black Dahlia Murder still. Like, it doesn't.
It never didn't. Honestly, like, from the first show that they came back without Trevor, I think Decibel was like the second or third show they played without him, and I was like, damn, this really doesn't feel like Black Dahlia Murder to me. It just certainly fucking feels like it. So I mean, I think it's definitely worth, like, it might not be on your year-end list, but Servitude, I think, was a great record and an important one for this year. So
and I'm honestly, like I said, I'm more excited about what comes next, because, I think this lineup's going to gel even more.
Yeah, man. I mean, like more music, more like touring. Like, I mean, if they were to roll through Philly tomorrow, I'd go see them again. Like, I'll go see them every time they come play. They're like that. They're like one of those bands. They're like in that tier of like Obituary, Suffocation, Immolation. Like, they're one of those bands that, like, yeah, if they're gonna come through, I'm gonna go fucking see them. Like, no question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, unless I'm like out of town for work or something, like I'm gonna go see them because they put on that good of a show and it's that theatrical and interesting and fun, and the set list is always different. Like, they always change it up. There's just
being this Detroit too, they were like local heroes here too. Like,
yeah.
We're only 40 minutes from Detroit, if that. So, like, they came to Toledo all the time, and it just, yeah, they were hometown heroes here.
That must have been a thing because I mean, like, again, like we were talking about like the old school DVDs and stuff. They were talking about the history of the band. They were playing like these small shows in the area and playing with like metalcore bands and like the Red Chord, and it's like some bands at the time that were super small, and then like they, like they grew up and they're all those bands that they played with at the time were going off to done like big cool things like Dillinger and Red Chord, and they were, they might be of a different musical vein, but in that time they were like one of those bands that like in the early 2000s where they were touring a lot and playing a lot, and kind of goes to show as long as you're consistent, man. Now they're fucking it's 2025. What are they, 20 some years into it now? 23.
Yeah. First album came on in 2003.
Didn't they do something in 01? Like a demo?
Demo, yeah.
The Bias of Van demo.
Nick has that demo.
Wow. It's
One
cool,
of
man.
50.
It's like you don't want to be that guy. Like, yeah, I knew that band, but before they were cool. But also, like, yeah, I saw Black Dahlia Murder play at a VFW hall to 30 people in 2003, like, or whatever. Like, like you do
No
that.
big deal. Now who wants to touch me?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. But like when you see bands do that, especially now too, man. Like, now that I have the perspective, you guys probably do too. Like, when you see a band that's that good play in a small, tiny venue, and then you see them play another show and like continue that growth, you're like, damn. It's like all those bands that we booked here too, like Frozen Soul, and they came through, or Vomit Forth, or 200 Stab Wounds, or you name the band, we booked them, and like to see them go off and play to thousands and thousands of people, like, it's crazy, man. It's cool to see, and it's really, really fun.
Yeah, I mean, shit, like seeing fucking like Tumult play in a small club and then seeing them be one of the headliners at fucking Decibel fucking fest.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, this is fucking crazy. But it's cool seeing that, like, from the ground up things. But yeah, we can cut this one down. Actually, I'm going to probably jump on, say hi to Jeff and Rick. Looks like they got someone new in there too. But yeah, dude, fucking solid stream. Good fucking.
Yeah, man, I had a good time. Thanks for coming and hanging out, dude. I appreciate you.
Yeah, dude.
I always love hanging out and talking to you guys. I appreciate your support greatly, very much, and I cannot wait to see you soon, whether it be MDF, somewhere in Philly, somewhere in Ohio, somewhere in Bumblefuck. You name it. I'll be there.
Bumblefuck.
There's like 4 or 5 towns named Bumblefuck.
Awesome, bro. Well, happy 2025, man, and we will be in touch soon. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you guys for everyone that showed up. It's been an awesome stream, and yeah, we'll do another one of these soon for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you guys.
Y'all roll.
And